Lynn, sorry. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Morning. Everybody would like to just maybe introduce yourselves. You can do it in the chat and just put yourselves on mute, please. Susan, are we now recording? Sorry, I'm still letting people in.
I'm assuming we are, Georgina.
Everybody's excited for a very informative day on a Friday to end the week. We've got a big group coming through, so we will start, but we don't have everybody. We're at about 36 people, and we've got about 120 registered, so we've got quite a few to come through. But please introduce yourselves in the chat.
Good morning, TDSB.
Morning.
Good morning, Susan.
Good morning. Oh, that's Rosemarie. Rosemarie, I haven't seen you in a while.
Thank you, everybody, for being patient. We've got about half the participants in the room already, and we will start momentarily. If you'd like to introduce yourselves, you can do it in the chat. We're going to give it a couple of minutes. Okay, so I think we will start. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to AIPD Day, Part 2. We've had one in the summer, and this is our second session, and we have quite the day filled up. Lots of participants, as well as 4 workshops, so we've got a busy day. I'd like to start off with the land acknowledgement, and then we will, because it's pretty jam-packed, we're going to go right through so that we can keep to our timelines. So I'm going to start off with the land acknowledgement. Metro Toronto Movement for Literacy respectfully acknowledges that we are situated on the traditional lands of the Mississaugas of the Credit and the area of Treaty 13, Williams Treaties. MTML meets and operates with our member organizations on the traditional territories of many nations, including the Haudenosaunee, the Huron-Wendat, the Anishinaabe, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, the Inuit and Métis people throughout the Greater Toronto and York region. And welcome. So we have agenda that everybody can see in front of them. We are going to have 4 workshops. There is going to be a little break after our first workshop, which will be done by Jen. At that time, we'll also be doing our first poll. So we will put up the poll after Jen's workshop. So with that being said, we would like to go directly now into into the introduction for Jen. So Jen Arden is a seasoned Con Ed instructor and learning support lead with TVDSB, a current RIT professor with Fanshawe College, and the mentor with Learn IT 2T each. Since the release of ChatGPT, she has delivered presentations on artificial intelligence at various events, including TESOL Niagara, TOSCON, TESOL Toronto, Center for Skills Development, and LCAE. Her presentations cover a range of AI topics, from explaining generative AI to its effective use with newcomers to Canada for language skill development. Recently, she led a discussion addressing teachers' concerns about plagiarism related to AI tools. Jen continues to share her expertise on ed tech topics such as ChatGPT and Google Classroom, providing practical and relevant CLB-aligned resources for both learners and educators in both private and public sectors. Welcome, everybody, our first facilitator and workshop lead, Jen Arden.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Georgina. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen just to make sure everything's okay. You can see the screen?
We can.
Fantastic. I just wanted to say thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to talk to you today. There's so much that I want to talk about. I will try to stay in my time frame. And I just wanted to say hi to all the participants and a special good day to Phil joining us from Mexico via Australia. That's incredible. Okay, so today I want to share some insights on using artificial intelligence or generative AI to enhance critical thinking, reading skills, and bias detection. Okay. And I'd like to start off my presentations with this quote from William Gibson. It was actually said sometime in the 1980s, but when I see this quote, it's never been more true than it is today. The future is already here. It's just not evenly distributed yet. And especially with artificial intelligence, we can see our colleagues, our administrators, our learners, our students, we're all seemingly at different areas when it comes to understanding, using, and critically analyzing the artificial intelligence that is everywhere today. So my goal is to try to level the playing field just a little bit. So who am I? I won't spend much time on this. This is my information. I like Georgina said, I work with Thames Valley District School Board. I'm working currently with Fanshawe College in their RIT program. Now there's a lot of AI use going on there, but there's a few other things I've been doing as well. I also wanted to put in a disclosure in the spirit of this workshop. I'm talking about generative AI. We see it everywhere. I wanted to emphasize that the words that you see in this presentation are mine. However, if I do use any AI, I always make sure to attribute it. I will put a label that says AI generated when it comes to any AI terms that I've used. That's an important thing. And the other thing to note is that all of the images, every image that you see here has been generated by AI. So pay attention to the images as we go forward, because I will be talking about the ethics behind generative AI and some of the bias issues that come out of the images. So just as we're doing the presentation, just take note of some of the images and potentially some of the problems that you notice with them. To start off with, I'm not even going to ask how many people know about ChatGPT. I'm assuming most of you do. If you're using ChatGPT or Gemini or Claude, these are all of those other large language models. Most of us sign a user agreement, and the user agreements are all very similar. That user agreement states what you see in front of you. If you're using Gen AI, users may not represent that output was human generated when it was not. As an English language teacher, I am not happy with the double negatives in this sentence. The idea is there that if you're using generative AI, you're not allowed to put it out there without some kind of attribution. In other words, I can't have ChatGPT write my blog post and then I post it without any kind of attribution at all. Now, do users follow this? No. But don't worry, I think Sam Altman is busy with other concerns at the moment. So the goals of this workshop. Throughout this workshop, and again, I've got about 40 minutes more or less, I really want to emphasize the role of AI, the role that it could potentially play in helping teachers, especially in adult literacy education. I'm going to be talking about 3 tools, but before I get there, there's a few other things I'll be looking at first. So I'm going to be talking about ChatGPT, Brisk, and Diffit. And I'm going to specifically show you how they can help support critical thinking and comprehension, especially within your framework, right? And then we're going to apply some of these tools. I'm going to show you what that looks like. And I'm going to come back to some of the ethical considerations, especially as we look at generative AI. And I'm going to focus on reading skills. There's so many others, but I'm going to focus on reading skills. How we could use AI to help facilitate bias detection. And again, those ethical considerations as well. Okay, I know what you're thinking. If you have been looking at generative AI, if you've just kind of taken your first few steps, remember, it's not a level playing field. You can feel like what this teacher is feeling here. Kind of an moment. But don't worry, this is actually from Amy Webb. It's not what you think. Oftentimes, educators, when they're looking at a tool, especially generative AI, there's a feeling of fear, uncertainty, and doubt. That's because it is such a huge tool. Where do you even begin? We've all been there. Okay. Noam Chomsky has had to put his 2 cents in as well. If you've read any of Noam Chomsky, basically what he said about ChatGPT is basically a plagiarism tool writ large. But there's some truth to that. ChatGPT, which is one example of generative AI, it definitely will help those who are looking to plagiarize or offload their skills or just get out of doing the work that they're supposed to do, it makes it a lot easier. But we're going to put plagiarism aside for now. I'll come back to it a little bit at the end because it's not the only or the biggest issue with student AI use. But we're going to be looking at the benefits that we can derive as well. Okay. So before I get into that, why this presentation is necessary. This presentation is necessary because of that oh FUD moment. Teachers are struggling with the idea of this tool, and educators want to know, with the generative AI, how can it help? Teachers have a pretty big workload. We know that. So how can it help? And if it can it help in any way? Teachers are already trying to encourage our students to develop critical thinking skills. So one of the struggles with generative AI is that tools like ChatGPT makes it appear as though these tools can derail that objective. Students, why bother thinking when chat can do it for me? So again, this is one of the struggles that teachers may have. And again, this tool, ChatGPT and other tools like this, it promises a bit of a reduced workload, right? And it's also making teachers look at their tried and true assessment practices. If you're doing something like in Fanshawe College or the college system, that college essay, right? If we can't assess the same way that we used to, how are we supposed to assess now in the age of AI? Educational institutions and organizations are often very slow to react to change. So what do we do now? And again, I'm going to focus on reading. The majority of reading that we do is online, right? And our learners are expected to perform these multi-step digital tasks, navigating AI interfaces, right? Extracting information, critical thinking. How do we do this effectively? And hopefully I'll be able to show you. But before we get into that, what we read, and more importantly, where it comes from. I want you to think for a moment, what's the last thing that you read? Was it social media? Was it an article? Was it a scholarly paper? Was it a shopping list? Right? Does it matter to you who wrote it? If it matters, why? Why does it matter? If it doesn't matter, why not? Mushrooms. I'm going to give a quick anecdote about mushrooms. Okay. A user, let's call him Kyle. Kyle decides, hey, I love mushrooms. And I'm not a big fan of store-bought mushrooms. I love gourmet mushroom food, mushroom dishes. So Kyle decides he's going to purchase a guide to, forage for mushrooms in the wild. Kyle decides he's going to go out, he's going to become a mushroom hunter. This is a thing. People actually do this. Kyle buys his guide from a reputable online publisher. He goes into the forest. He searches. And suddenly there he finds a virtual treasure trove of fungal delights. But are they edible? He takes out his guide. He finds the image of the mushroom. And the guide tells him, yes, congratulations. This is an edible mushroom. It's going to be fantastic. Go ahead. It's yours for the picking. Kyle fills his satchel, runs home. And I think you know what happens. Kyle ends up in the emergency room, poisoned, because the mushroom that it identified as edible was actually the death cap mushroom. This is a true story. Kyle purchased what he thought was a legitimate resource from a legitimate online publisher, a field guide for mushroom hunting enthusiasts. After Kyle recovers in the hospital, he goes through his guide. And then he discovers, hey, this not only does the author not exist, the author is completely made up. There were still prompts from ChatGPT left in the printed guide that he had purchased. Kyle had no idea. This raises a lot of questions, especially about issues of accountability. This is that hidden AI. These are just some of the issues that we might face as educators. There's a term coined by Canadian blogger Cory Doctorow. He calls it, and again, pardon the expression, he's talking about the enshittification of the internet. And basically what it means is that especially in the last couple of years, there has been so much AI created documents and research, ongoing erosion of information, over commercialization, misinformation, disinformation, bots, clickbait, and now AI generated synthetic data. And why does that matter? Well, in 2024, earlier on this year, there's so much content created by generative AI that it prompted a group called Word Freak, which comes from word frequency, to retire its efforts. In the past, word frequency would analyze human language, and they've been doing so for many years using web scraping software. They analyzed human language to study linguistic phenomena, to discover what words, how is the human language evolving, multi-word expressions, and so on, in 40 languages or more. WordFreak has thrown in the towel. As of September of this year, WordFreak has said, and this is what the founder of the project has said, and I'm not going to read the whole quote, but basically what she says is, the world where I had a reasonable way to collect reliable word frequencies from humans is not the world we live in now. It was pointless for her to continue to scrape the internet for human content when the human content is just not there. As educators, this will have an impact. I talked a bit about the mushrooms. The mushroom incident is when the AI is hidden, when we're not being explicit. But many organizations are now heralding or saying, hey, look, we've got AI in our textbooks. Pearson is one of the big publishers that has included an AI chatbot in its textbook. Now, as teachers, we've got our favorite resources and our favorite textbooks. Can you imagine if when you were studying in university, business or chemistry, biology, that you have this textbook in front of you and you come across a very difficult passage and it's hard to make sense of it, and your brain is going through, but it doesn't make sense. I don't understand this. Well, now there's a quick and simple way to get those answers whenever you need them. There's a teacher that is there 24/7. That chatbot will never make you feel stupid. That chatbot will always be supportive. Now, is this a positive thing or a negative thing? That's still to be determined because it's still a relatively new phenomenon. Again, the pros for the students, there's a teacher that's there 24/7 that never judges them. The cons, well, the AI tool can still produce biased responses. Bias and hallucination has not been eliminated from generative AI at this point. Maybe in the future, but at this point, no. And of course, there's the reduction of human interaction in the teaching and the learning process. As educators, we know how valuable that human connection is. The social interaction, the social constructivism of learning. There is something to be said for interacting with teachers and other students and working through meaning. So does us reduce this? Anyway, something to think about. The other potential impact of AI augmented textbook is, again, the impact on learning. What does this have to do with deep learning? There's a term that's known as cognitive offloading. So when you remove the struggle and stress of learning and you make it easier for students to see the answers, it removes the effort. And some effort or desirable difficulty is needed. You need to have those eureka moments when you're learning something and to get it into that deeper learning so that you can recall it later. If we're taking away our students' eureka moments, what impact will this have, again, on deeper learning, retention, and to really engage with a topic? These are just questions I may not have the answers to yet. We know the Socratic method, right? The Socratic method of teaching is, of course, we don't give the students the answers. We engage in the students. We ask questions. We go back and forth, right? A textbook that provides unlimited answers is kind of the opposite of the Socratic method. However, to be fair to Pearson, you can't just get the answer right away. The AI bot will promote this back and forth. It will ask questions similar to Khan Academy's Khanmigo. So Khan Academy offers an AI chatbot that will won't give the answer right away. It will ask the student questions. It will make the student thinking. It will make the student think. However, you can imagine if you're a student with this relatively dense textbook and it's 8 hours before your exam, and the AI bot is saying, well, what do you think? What's your idea? What do you think? You're just going to kind of keep pushing the button until you get the answer that you want, right? I can see that happening, right? So how does this apply to educators? Well, we need to really be cautious of the material that we present to our students, right? Are we giving them an AI produced text? We need to be very critical consumers of the information that we use. Students as well. Students, when they're going online, they're finding resources. They may not realize the extent of the AI produced content that is out there. Again, developing these critical thinking skills has never been more important. Because generative AI is producing everything, any kind of text that you can imagine, blog content, marketing information, news, social media content, financial reports, wedding vows, sermons. If it's text, AI can produce it. And the reason I'm bringing this up before we get into some of the tools is because it's a really fascinating time in history. We're in kind of a technological super cycle at the moment. That's what Amy Webb refers to it as. Sometimes there's a human in the loop, sometimes not. Regardless, what is out there, the information, material, the resources that is out on the internet, the very nature of information has changed. And it's the first time in human history where humans are competing against a non-human entity for data and information transfer. Right? I just want you to think about that. It's like a group of squirrels got together and decided to bombard our internet feeds. But the squirrels are AI. And another quote that I want you to think about really quickly. OpenAI now generates about 100 billion words per day. OpenAI is the founder of ChatGPT, as well as Microsoft Copilot. They work together. And that is just one large language model. They are producing 100 billion words per day. And again, it goes back to the pollution of the internet. Or, maybe it's not a bad thing. I'll leave that up to you to decide. But we're focusing today on reading skills. So what we read is quite important. But again, we're asking students to do more than just reading. We're asking students to be able to closely examine a text, have a conversation with the writer, right? We want our students to engage, not just give a summary of it. This is a quote from Mark Watkins, right? We really want students to engage with the writer. Often we teach who is the author? What is the author's bias? What is the author's background? Right? That's kind of a common thing that we teach in many communication courses. What do we do when the author isn't even human? because it's still pretty new, there haven't been a whole lot of studies right now that have looked at the impact of large language models, ChatGPT on student learning. There have, however, already been a few studies. Wex et al. Studied in a German university, University of Bremen, I think it was their business class. They had one study where they, over a period, a term, they were looking at students who were using ChatGPT versus those that weren't. And then they did a study on the final exam, the output. The study is interesting. Right now, it's indicating that those that use ChatGPT fared quite a bit worse. I think it was like 6 points lower than those that didn't, because the final exam really involved critical thinking skills and being able to engage with the text. And it appears as though those that had been using ChatGPT did not quite develop those skills as well as those that didn't. Again, that's just one study, and there's a few others that have been happening, but in the interest of time, I'm going to have to go forward. All right, so the impact on education, basically AI is shifting the foundations of our information ecosystem. Plagiarism, we know, is an issue. There is no clear way to detect AI-generated information. There's still issues of bias and hallucinations. And we're also going to start to see AI-infused textbooks. Pearson has already done it. Pearson is just leading the way. There will be more. I'm just going to go over the terms very quickly. I'm assuming you know what I mean when I say generative AI. Generative AI, again, is artificial intelligence that creates new content. And oftentimes you hear me refer to ChatGPT. ChatGPT uses Gen AI, but it's just one example. There are others. Hallucinations, OpenAI is the company behind ChatGPT. And again, a large language model. Again, ChatGPT is just one example of a large language model. There are more: Gemini, Copilot, and Claude. All right, keeping an eye on the time. So we're going to look specifically at critical thinking skills, right? The benefits of AI in learning. I've already told you what you need to be aware of as far as the reading comes, but how can AI actually be used to help support personalized learning? Well, we're going to focus in on critical thinking and bias detection. But I'm going to talk really briefly about Bloom's 2 sigma problem. All right, so Bloom's 2 sigma problem actually connects here quite well. Bloom, I think it's Benjamin Bloom, he was looking at the difference between a one-size-fits-all method, the classroom learning versus one-to-one tutoring. And of course, Bloom found that one-to-one tutoring really improved a learner's ability to score higher on a specific test or outcome. So in the past, this one-to-one tutoring was not available for all students. Today, with AI, we potentially can have access to some more personalized learning, like Khan Academy's Khan Migo, one-to-one personal learning. How is this possible? Well, again, because it's so readily available, setting up a large language model to help you through the learning process can act like that one-to-one tutor. And again, so some of the potential trade-offs of the one-to-one learning have been, it's great to have a one-to-one tutor, but there's got to be a balance between learning one-to-one and learning in a group setting. You can't trade one off for the other, because when you're in that group setting, you learn about the value of adaptation. Group and peer learning is a really important part of that social construction. Got to find that balance. And some of the earlier research has shown that those that have been able to afford that one-to-one tutoring, especially pre-AI, they become kind of like there's like a sense of entitlement that, somebody is always going to support your specific style and support your particular best way to learn. This is true for the learning, but it's not necessarily reflective of the workplace. In the workplace, you're going to have to be adaptive. You're going to have to work to your team. So if you don't get that experience and that practice in the classroom, it can be a disadvantage. All right, so we're going to get into the ethical considerations of the AI used in the classroom. And I'll try to go through this a little bit more quickly because there's so much to cover here. I've mentioned some of this already. AI tools are not perfect, but they are improving on a fairly regular basis. There is, however, a great deal of bias, hallucinations, there's an environmental impact, there's a privacy issue, and how the data was derived, as well as access. And again, one of the considerations is the bias in the tools, right? AI models can reinforce or amplify bias because of how they were trained. They were trained on human information. There's a concept called reinforcement learning with human input, or RHLF, with human feedback, sorry. And basically that means when the large language model is being trained, there's often a human there to say, okay, this is good, no, not so good. And again, this is how some biases can be reinforced. So our implication for educators, just be cautious when you're using AI generated content, look for bias, in particularly with link levels, English language learners. We've had it produce stories about, family life, daily activities, and you can definitely see a bias coming out in the kinds of stories that AI creates. Again, there's also something known as AI hallucinations. AI can sometimes make things up, things that just don't exist. So you've got to be careful. I mean, just ask Kyle, right? You don't want to outsource your thinking in any way. If something looks too good to be true, or something looks a little bit off, we need to check our sources. And again, we don't always do that. We assume that, again, when you're buying a mushroom foraging guide, that it's going to be produced by a human and it's going to be accurate. But this hallucination could be potentially lethal. For educators, again, just make sure that if you're generating content, that you have gone over it with a critical eye and you know that it's legitimate or not. The environmental aspect of AI, well, this is one issue that often is not covered very much. ChatGPT has, I think, 100 million users in the first 3 months that it was released, and about 16 to 20 million users, active daily users. Training and maintaining these models takes a lot of energy. We're talking supercomputers the size of Costco. It takes a lot to cool them down. And one of the interesting facts that I came across was that for every user that uses ChatGPT in a typical interaction, for one user, they need about this much water, 500 milliliters, to cool the system. Now multiply that by 16 million active daily users. That's a lot of fresh water. And so anyway, the carbon emissions. For educators, again, as we're using these tools, there are other things to consider, but yeah, maybe we need to look more closely at the environmental impact. Privacy and user data. Again, some teachers don't realize that when you're using a tool like ChatGPT and you're inputting student data, this could be a privacy concern. That might be something that you want to maybe not do at this particular moment in time, unless you take out all personally identifying information, right? Ethical considers copyright and data, and I'll go over this quickly. We know that the large language models were trained on material that had been scraped by the internet. Exactly what is contained in the source of their large language model training is proprietary, but it almost definitely contains copyrighted material. Just ask the New York Times, who are currently in a lawsuit against OpenAI. The impact of that is that, the results of these copyright cases could change the tool in the future. But again, so not all AI generated content is free from copyright concerns. And again, the access to the tools. There are still premium versions. You can use all these tools for free, but you can use better versions of the tools if you pay for them. So this still plays into the fact that there is going to be maybe unequal access to the very best AI tools. premium AI tools still cost money. And I've heard through the grapevine that tools like ChatGPT and Claude that are currently offering the free version may not always be offering a free version in the future. They've invested a lot of money, and now their investors want to see a return on that investment. So what you've been getting used to could end up changing, or it could be quite limited in the future. All right, so generative AI, it's really still too new to get a realistic idea of its real impact on learning and retention. There's been mixed results, like I've mentioned. How does using ChatGPT impact one's ability to be a critical thinker, to develop those writing skills, reading skills for critical understanding? How does that impact? It is still too early to tell, but we shall see. So we're going to get a closer look at some of the tools. Now, there's so many tools out there, but I'm going to focus in on just a few that can potentially help a teacher who's working with reading skills. I want to talk really quickly about Brisk, ChatGPT, and Diffit. Now, in the interest of time, I may not be able to explore each of these tools in full detail, but I just want to show you that these tools are there. ChatGPT, again, is just one of those LLMs. Brisk and Diffit are tools that can help you as well. So I would love to hear in the chat at the end when we have feedback how many tools our teachers have been using. Brisk Teaching is a tool that, again, has that freemium. It is an excellent tool. It has got quite a few really great features and affordances for teachers. Brisk Teaching can be directly embedded onto your toolbar. It is super straightforward to embed. It allows you to create AI-driven lesson plans, quizzes, slide presentations. This is one of the great features of this particular tool, is that you can get it to create a slide presentation based on the information that you give it. So maybe you wanted to create a slide presentation on fire safety essentials for newcomers to Canada, because you need to be able to explain instructions, how to do certain things. And you might have some resources, but you can get it to create it really quite quickly. I'll show you an example in a moment. It is pretty intuitive how you set it up. And it looks like this. So you've got it installed on your Google, I would use Google Chrome. You can install it on your toolbar, give it access, right? Pin it to your dashboard. When you've got it pinned to your dashboard, it will open up whenever you open up your Google Chrome and you're signed in. It will open up there. It will always be available for you to brisk this particular piece of information. So here's an example. You've got a document open. You could potentially open it up and say, well, based on this document, I would like you to create some questions, create a quiz, or create slides. So again, it's quite simple to do. I'm going to show you how to do this really quickly. I'm going to go over here. So here's a slide. Let's say I open up Google Slides and I just open it up and I've just put in really briefly fire safety, and my Brisk icon will appear at the bottom of my screen. And if you click on it, it will open up options and it will say, what do you want to do? Maybe you want to add slides. Maybe I want to add 10 slides. It also allows you to choose the level. Perhaps you want it to be a lower level. Brisk will do it per grade. So a 6th grade level, how many slides, and more. And I'm going to show you what that looks like. So for example, I asked Brisk to create fire safety. I know I didn't change my screen. I'm going to share it again. So just give me 1 second. I want you to see what this looks like. Fire safety. So this is the slide set that Brisk created. It also created the images that you see. So again, it's messy. It's not perfect. I would go through this as a teacher and change. But again, it gives you a template to work with pretty quickly. However, be cautious. The images that it pulls were pulled from the internet, so there may not be copyright approval of these images. So it starts off with some interesting questions. What is fire safety? It means keeping you safe from fire and odds, smoke alarms. It gives an image here. And again, I don't know where this image comes from. That's one thing to be aware of. A fire escape plan, safe cooking practices. Again, very basic information. You can go in and edit anything that you need to here, like this. Here's, again, all this information has got to be lifted from someplace online, right? Some electrical safety information, heating your home safely, and what to do if there is a fire. Like I said, I'm just going to show you really quickly what is all on here. Stop, drop, and roll, fire extinguishers, preventing fires. And I had only asked it to create 10 slides. So that's actually pretty useful. I'm going to see if I can just go new share. Hopefully you can see.
We're
which one
seeing the quiz.
Okay, good. So I can also get it to generate a quiz based on the slide. So I go into my Brisk tool and I say generate a quiz, and it will do that. So let me just go back into the presentation. Sorry, I wish there's a quicker way to do that. In the interest of time, I'm just going to go forward from here because, again, I am keeping an eye on my time here. But Brisk teaching will, again, allow you to very quickly add slides, edit slides, add quizzes, and it can add a quiz if you get the paid version directly into a Google form, which could also be useful. And this is what it looks like here. Maybe you want it to, again, add the quiz. By default, it will add it to a doc, and then, of course, you can edit that as a teacher. And here's what the quiz looks like here that I just showed you. And again, I can still edit this quiz. So maybe I'm looking at the quiz and I don't quite like those questions, or I want it to generate a teacher key because I didn't ask it to generate a teacher key. I can certainly do that there. And I'm going to go on to chat. ChatGPT is another tool that teachers can use to help generate resources and materials. ChatGPT in its latest updates has really improved, and it has attempted to eliminate some of the hallucinations that the earlier model was having. So it's a predictive text generator, and it has got a great deal of computational power. How you could potentially use it in an in your framework for OALCF. I want to make sure I get that right. You can ask it to help you create differentiated readings. For example, you can create what's known as a GPT, and you can ask ChatGPT to analyze the text based on the OALCF framework and analyze a particular level. So you can get it to do it like that. So here's an example really quickly of a CBC article on Value Village. Maybe we want our students to, work on understanding information in the media. Maybe you're looking at identifying particular content. So you can take the article, upload it to ChatGPT. All I did in this case was I saved it as a PDF, uploaded it to ChatGPT, and then I asked ChatGPT to tell me, based on the OALCF framework, what level would this be? What kinds of questions would this be as well? And I'm just going to show you really quickly what it said. If I can see it.
Yeah, we're reading the OALCF level analysis.
Oh, you are? Oh,
you-
good. Okay,
Yeah.
so I thought I had to stop the share, so that will save some time. So you
Mhm.
can see that here. So I actually just uploaded it, the article, and I said, based on the OALCF framework, tell me more about this particular piece of writing. So it's going to analyze it for text type, vocabulary, sentence structure, and then it's going to, because I've asked it to tell me what kind of level it is, and it says likely 2-3, and then I asked it specifically to give me a rationale for it. And then it's outlining it says, well, you can use this at OLL2F and how it can be used. You could go on and then say, well, can you rewrite the article for a lower level and continue to add to it that way. I actually created what's called an OALCF GPT. And a GPT, if you are a paid user, you can actually create very specific targeted material so that when ChatGPT is responding to you, it's not using the entirety of the internet. It can actually focus its response based on the information that you give it. A paid user can create these specific GPTs, but I can share it with you and you can use it. So I will definitely make sure to share it. So I've got my specific OALCF framework GPT already created. And then from here, I can, like I said, get it to help me design lesson plans and get it to analyze resources. So it's a really interesting and useful tool to use. Again, I'll share this with you at the end. Okay, I'm gonna go back in. So we're back on the presentation, yes? Can you see the presentation?
Yes,
Yes.
we can.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, good. All right, just to go forward. So again, that is through ChatGPT's GPT creation. It can hyper focus your tool. And again, it's a really good way for teachers to make sure that the information is super specific to your learning objectives, to your framework. And it aligns your output so much better. So again, I'll make sure that I share that with you. And again, it looks like this. And again, Diffit. And Diffit is a great tool as well, but in the interest of time, I'm just going to go over it really, really quickly. Diffit is an AI-powered tool. It is an American tool, but you can adapt it for Canadian standards. And one of the great things about Diffit is that it will generate these amazing worksheets, these Venn diagrams, these PowerPoint slides. It's really quite incredible the range of resources that you can create. And it works very similarly to some of the other tools. You input your data, your resource, and then you ask it to analyze it, ask it to create resources and handouts, and it will do that, and you can edit them. It will also create slides. So again, it's a really super useful tool, and there's so much more you can do with it. And again, I'm just going to go forward very quickly. These slides will be shared with you at the end, so you can certainly go forward and look at them in greater detail. These are just some tools. There are many, many other AI-powered tools out there, but I want to touch briefly on the AI detector tool. Because as we're doing reading assessments and we have students submitting their work, we want to make sure that what they're submitting is actually their work, right? So some of the most popular AI detectors include GPT-0, right? The other thing you can do is you can actually take a student's response after they've responded to a reading. You can actually input that into ChatGPT and ask, did you write that? While you can do that, the results are not very reliable. So I'd recommend don't doing this or don't do this. If you say, hey, ChatGPT, did you write this? Well, there's a problem with that. And the problem has to do with chat and the other large language models. The large language models want you to continue to use them. I'm not sure that want is the correct word, but it is to their best interest for you to continue to come back. In order for you to continue to come back, you have to feel like this tool is on your side, that it understands you. So asking ChatGPT, did you write this? Well, ChatGPT is a bit of a people pleaser. ChatGPT is going to analyze your question. And based on what it knows about you, it knows you're a teacher. So and if a teacher is submitting, did you write this? Probably the teacher is a little bit suspicious. And the teacher wants to know, did this student write it or did they get some help? So what chat's going to do is it's going to say, hey, congratulations, teacher. You spotted it. You saw the plagiarism. Yes, of course, I wrote it. right? So this is a bit of an echo chamber, confirmation bias. OpenAI actually released its own AI detector, but then took it back in the early 2023 because it just doesn't give reliable enough results, right? They don't work. They don't work reliably enough. They do work a bit of the time, but they don't work reliably enough for it to be the basis of your decision that the student has had some assistance, or augmentation is the word they like to say. There's a University of Texas prof who failed his entire class of students because he did that. He put all of their essays into ChatGPT, said, "Did you write this?" And ChatGPT said, "Why, I most certainly did. Good job, prof." Right? Turned out not to be true. So in addition, we've also asked ChatGPT, or ChatGPT has also claimed that it has written parts of Crime and Punishment, which we know is almost entirely false. I tested it myself. I entered some parts of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and it indicates that a great deal of this is at least mixed AI or AI. 15% is entirely AI. Well, the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms was written in 1982. So I think this is wrong. And the reason it's wrong is because of a number of factors. But one of the issues it has, especially with non-native speakers of English, is that there's a lot of false positives. So often when a non-native speaker submits something, they have less text perplexity than a native speaker. And when they have less text perplexity, the AI detector tool is more likely to identify them as having used AI when they hadn't. So this is a bit of an issue. There's a bias against non-native speakers. And I'm going to go forward with this because I'm looking at the time. The other issue is the text burstiness. And again, this is a bias against non-native speakers. AI detector tools look for perplexity and burstiness. Burstiness is the variation in complex and simple sentence structures and more. Writers in English often use burstiness to show sarcasm, humor, to emphasize a point, and sometimes we can use deliberately erroneous grammar to make a point. And it's called text burstiness, which non-native speakers of English don't have to the same degree that native speakers have. So that can be an issue. So I'm just going to go forward again. But just to be aware that the AI models are looking for these tools. If you're using them to determine if there's been AI assistance, just be wary, especially if your learners are non-native speakers of English. Okay. And again, I am going to go through this. Yes, Georgina? Should I wrap up now?
Just a quick
Yes,
question.
There's
Yep.
five
Just a
minutes.
quick question, just for clarity.
Okay.
Because it probably won't come up in the Q&A. Can you just define very quickly what you mean by text perplexity?
Okay, yeah, I can go back really quickly. So text perplexity has to do with your ability to use academic phrasing and academic expressions and to kind of say the same thing in a different way. So if your native speakers can often rephrase or restate their points in a way that's more academic because they have more experience with that. Non-native speakers, when they're writing academically, they have a smaller reserve of academic phrases and expressions. So even though they might be writing correctly, it's not as varied. So it doesn't have the natural variations that somebody who grew up speaking English might have. So when an AI detector is analyzing a text, oftentimes if it has less text perplexity, that can be an indication that AI wrote it or a non-native speaker of English wrote it.
Don't
But
let him in.
Oops. Okay, so I'm going to go on from there because again, we're running out of time, and I just to let you know, just be wary when you're using AI detectors that can help. However, you can actually turn AI and use it to your advantage. You can use AI tools to help you detect bias in works online. So what you could potentially do is use ChatGPT, Gemini, or Copilot and analyze a reading that you have for tone or bias. So I'm just gonna, I do want to jump into I'm gonna scroll to the end because I know the time is coming up. So I've imparted a lot of information in this brief talk, but what I think I really wanted teachers and educators to be aware of is that using the AI tools, it is a bit of a double-edged sword. It absolutely can help you to prepare lessons and resources. However, when we're using resources, especially resources we come online, we really need to be critical consumers of the material that we're using, especially for a reading class. So when we're using AI tools, start small. Don't try to use too much at once, right? Start maybe with ChatGPT. It's probably one of the better LLMs, but there's others. There's not just ChatGPT. Stay informed, right? What's happening with AI in the field in education? Again, this is an interesting time because it's still so new. Stay informed, keep current, understand what's happening in AI, collaborate and share your best practices. If you find a tool like Diffit or Twee or some of these other tools or Hume.ai for speaking, share them with your colleagues and outline how you're using them because as an educator, building this community of practice is so important. Ultimately, it's important to be cautiously optimistic and and have informed skepticism, right? Just don't take it at face value. Read it, understand it, and for you as teachers, staying critically aware and teaching our learners how to be critically aware as well. And I'm going to wrap it up there because I've got about a minute and a half left and I'll hand it over to Georgina.
Thank you, Jen. Wow, that was an amazing start to our day. Lots of information. Some of you have asked if the slides will be available. Yes, they will. Additional resources as well. We're going to compile a book. So yeah, we can go through all of that information that is very engaging for our learners as well as us as practitioners. So thank you, Jen. We're going to continue on right now with a poll. So we're going to be opening up a poll. So Susan, are you going to let us in with that poll?
I'm going to try.
Okay, don't go anywhere, everybody. Hope you're all enjoying. We've got another 3 sessions to go, but we're going to start off with a poll and then we'll take a little 5-minute break or so. There we go. So the poll is up. If everybody can please go ahead, and then if we could come back at about 10:35-ish or so, we are going to start with our second facilitator, Phil, for his session. Thank you.
And facilitator 2, Georgina.
Facilitator 2 is Phil, and I will introduce Phil after the break at 10:35.
Okay.
All right, really interesting that's coming through. Okay, so it looks like most of you answered number 1, a few more for number 2. All right, so if you've completed the poll, thank you. Take a little 5-minute break. At 10:35, we will reconvene. Thank you.
Georgina,
Yes,
Phil, what's the last name, please?
Phil Alcock.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Oops.
So Susan, we have 63 answered from 63 on the first question.
Okay,
So a few more people
yeah.
that haven't answered. We'll just keep it open until for the next 2 minutes. It's just doing a countdown.
You can close it when it's done.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let's see, Phil.
He was on earlier.
Hmm?
He was on earlier.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find him.
Yeah, he's on.
Do you want to spotlight him? Let's see if I can find him here.
Spotlight.
He's spotlighted.
Mhm.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
There he is, Phil.
Mhm.
Hello, how you going?
Good. What part of Australia are you from?
Hello.
Hi. From Melbourne.
Okay, my daughter's over there.
Oh, amazing.
Yeah, beautiful
Whereabouts is
country.
your daughter? In Melbourne or?
She was in Melbourne for about 10 years. Now she's in Lismore.
Beautiful.
Yeah,
Yeah, I miss it. I miss it a lot.
I bet.
Mexico's an experience though, that's for sure. I am enjoying my cultural experiences. There's certainly a lot. So
Yeah.
yep. Looking forward to this presentation.
Yes, we are
We
too.
are too. Mhm. Okay, I'm gonna close off the poll.
Great.
Okay. Okay. I've closed off the poll. All right. So Mexico's been good.
Yeah. Well, the 2 hurricanes in a year haven't been so good in
Oh.
Acapulco, but apart from that, it's been pretty amazing.
Mhm.
Mm,
Yeah, in Acapulco, we had a category 5 hurricane
Oh.
last year. So that destroyed the place. That was an experience that I just would want anyone to go through. It was horrible.
not bad.
Yeah, a lot of people died and a lot of houses got destroyed and things. And then they had another hurricane and that ended up with more floods and causing more damage. So this poor place has had a lot happen in 1 year, but it's a
Wow.
very strong community. And that's the amazing thing, just to see how people have just helped each other and supported each
Beautiful.
other through it. So, Mexicans are such resilient, strong people, and it's something that I will always, treasure.
So you missed all the flooding in
We had
Australia?
yeah, we don't have, well, we have bushfires and we have other problems going on, deadly animals everywhere and stuff like that. But yeah,
Okay.
yep.
Okay, Phil, I think you're going to be on. Okay, so I'm going to introduce. Hello, everybody, back from the break. Thank you all for doing the little, our first poll. We will have one towards the end as well. So, we are going to continue with our second workshop, and it will be done by Phil, who is coming through to us from Mexico. So Phil is the founder of ALXPBL, a pioneering startup dedicated to transforming learning through artificial intelligence and project and problem-based methodologies. His deep expertise spans language arts, STEM education, project-based learning, research and implementation, game-based learning, sustainability education, AI-enhanced curriculum design, and learner-centered pedagogies. Phil is a globally recognized authority on AI literacy, actively contributing to the field through research, writing, and speaking engagements. His unique perspective is informed by his international groundwork and background, having been born in Australia and now residing in Mexico. This dual vantage point enables him to navigate the evolving landscape of AI in education with a broad cross-cultural understanding. Thank you, and Phil, the floor is yours.
Excellent. Hello, everyone. And yes, thank you very much for Jen's presentation. I think it just really, the one big thing I was thinking about with this presentation was just how much there is about AI. It's overwhelming. Even for me, I live in this world. I talk to people all the time. So I just want to say, like, it's okay to feel a little overwhelmed, a little like, where do I begin? You know, it's okay to feel that you might be a little bit behind. You know, you might have what are these tools and those kind of things to catch up on. So I really just want you to feel that the more that we can help each other, this is what AI literacy really feels to me, is a collaborative effort to understand what is AI going to do, what are the benefits, what are the challenges, what do we have to look out for. And for me, I've always seen it as, you know, we've had such a very standard kind of curriculum and requirements and essays and grades and everything's sort of so structured. What AI is kind of doing is allowing us to break apart some of those areas. And really, through project-based learning, you can create inclusive environments in classrooms and in an environment for working and working with students. I really feel that project-based learning is going to be the way of the future. Everything that people are going to be learning are going to be projects. They're going to be related to real life things, hopefully a lot of sustainability issues that we're having. I feel that if we can just move the curriculum a little bit to sort of be a little bit more responsive to the world instead of these published books that people do year after year, and we find the problems and we try and help local challenges. I feel that that's where the engagement comes from. And as a teacher doing project-based learning, as someone who's passionate about it, who's someone who's studied a lot of different things about education and I feel that we're in a really amazing point in history and we're part of it. We're creating that now. So today I'm going to go through a few different things. It's a little bit practical in some areas. I don't want you to feel overwhelmed. I've put some slide. I'll keep the links in the chat. I'll just tell you what the links are very quickly. So there's my main presentation. You can have a look at that. There's a motorbike project-based learning example that I've used in lots of schools. The curriculum framework. I've also got an AI prompt template just to help you with your gamified lesson, and hopefully you can start using it. I've created a learning experience designer with AIX PBL, and what it does is you put in some details and you can kind of reimagine learning experiences, and it'll just give you a prompt that then you can use with whatever AI tool you like, which is going to be Copilot for today. And I've also got a book available that I've just finished writing. It's called Transform Your Teaching with AI. It's got lots of case studies and practical examples of different people that I've spoke to over the past 18 months and just things that have been working well and how they've approached different challenges. So it is available for free. So you're welcome to go and get a copy of that and enjoy and go through it at your own pace. So hopefully I give you a little insight into a few different things today. Okay, let's see if I'm getting this right. Okay, can we see that okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Excellent, cool. Okay, so here we are, gamify my writing lesson. It sounds pretty fancy, pretty fun, and hopefully that's what this presentation is going to be like. So I won't really talk too much about myself. That introduction was amazing. I just want you to type into chat, if I've got access. Yes, I do. What comes to your mind when you hear the word AI? Like, just what's the first thing that comes to your mind? Clones. Cool, excellent. So I see lots of really, this is why I love this kind of question, because it's amazing. You know, we have different focuses on AI, or we've heard different things, and maybe that's kind of clouding our mind a little. Unreliable sources, robots, new world, singularity, fake, theft of intellectual property, unreal, bots, plagiarism, apocalypse. Oh my goodness. Like taking a sip of water from a fire hydrant. I love that. A machine doing something for me. Fear that humans won't be working anymore. Amazing. So great, great variety of things that really pop to our mind. I'm going to ask you one more question as well. So what's your confidence level about using AI well? You don't have to answer this if you don't feel comfortable, but just to get a little bit of an understanding for me, is it very low? Are you a little comfortable? Have you been experimenting? Are you like me and you've got robot clones walking around the house cooking your food? No, not quite. I wish. Just a coffee. That's just a coffee little maker that comes and brings me a coffee. It will make my life a lot easier. Um, so yeah, amazing. Lots of people with, again, different levels, and that's okay. I feel like it's okay to be in different levels. You know, you're always going to start in different ways in anything that we learn. And some people are deeper in other areas than others, and it's great that there's such a difference. So as you can see, we're going from really some experience, zero experience, to people that are really up there with 7 or 8. I mean, that's pretty amazing. There's really starting to build that confidence. I would love to know why and how those people have confidence, but I don't think we'll have time. If we have time at the end, I'll try to ask that. But it's really great. It's really great. Thank you for your honesty. And let's go with our lesson. So the goal for today is to equip educators, you guys, with the knowledge and tools to effectively integrate Microsoft Copilot, which I'll just call AI for today, and project game-based learning into your writing instruction. That seems like a lot. Can we do it in 40 minutes? Well, the challenge is now. I think we can. I think it's a nice, simple way. So let's just see what we can do. The philosophical goal for today is to embrace the weird. And I say that in a funny way, but I say that in a way to kind of like, you know, have fun with AI for today. You know, don't get too serious about what you need to write and what you don't need to write, and those kind of things. What I'm trying to really to talk about and to speak to you about is that AI is not going to replace you. And it sounds like it is with the chatbots and things, but we really know that they're not so effective and they need lots of great people driving them. And the best instruction is always from a great teacher. So really, with project-based learning and game-based learning, you want to take your great lessons and great ideas and then make them better with some AI prompts. So today I will talk about AI and lesson design. I will also show you a motorbike project-based learning unit that I made that's been very successful. You're invited to contribute to the workshop when you see the audience logo. Of course, if you have an urgent question, just interrupt me. I'm very used to it in my presentations. I would rather, if you don't understand what I'm saying, to just kind of get that knowledge rather than be lost in trying to work out what I'm talking about. Please write down any questions that you have. And at the end of the workshop, I will have time. If I don't have time, please email me. I'm not like a bye, see you later, and your where did Phil go? He's in the clouds. No, I really do care about people that I instruct. And if you've got questions, even if you wake up tomorrow and think, oh, what did he say about this? I know it might be recorded, but even if you want me to explain it a little bit more, I'm always happy to jump on a call, speak to people. I don't bite, so please reach out. So I'm going to be very quick about my explanations or my opinions here. I believe that AI literacy is essential because it has incredible implications for education. With so many students using it, with so much confusion, with so much happening in this space, it's really important we start to understand what good AI literacy is. AI literacy is essential for educators to navigate. And I really do believe that. It doesn't mean you need to know how to program a machine, but if you have an idea of what's happening and you're able to use a tool, don't have to use it a lot, as Jen was saying about the environmental challenges, just a little bit to improve a few little things, you're part of that landscape. And you're not sort of denying its existence and keeping that away from people. I feel that students really need to learn what adults are thinking. I'm about to do a big presentation in December with a lot of students, and I really feel that, you know, we want to be learning from them, and we want to find out, what are you using AI for? And there's so much free AI chatbots on the internet, it's insane, that we want kids to know that some of this information might not be real, and you know, the dangers of chatbots and things like that. So we really do have a responsibility to shape how AI is used in our classrooms. So really, I like to think of AI as a diverse set of technologies and not just one thing. It's pretty fun to think of AI as a weird robot with a lot of arms and brains and things, and we can think like the Matrix, and that's okay. But if we think of it, there's a lot of things going on behind the scenes. Even if you write a prompt, that prompt gets filtered and goes to all these things. So there's a lot happening with every tool that you use. There's more programs, there's more automations. It's a strange world back there. But the more that we can learn how to use it well, especially how to prompt well, we're going to be able to get a lot out of it. It can be used to personalize learning, which is what I do through project-based learning. And it can create efficient workflows that save time and improve outcomes and enhance engagement. I've seen people that have adopted it have just been doing incredible things in the classroom and changing so much. I've used it myself as a teacher. I was a grade 5 teacher just last year, the year before last. I can't remember. I don't know what time it is, date last year. And I used it in my class. This is what inspired me to leave the classroom and become a consultant. I believed in it. Wow, this is incredible. I had people engaged in learning that were normally reluctant. I made math lessons about painting and art, and the kids got those concepts. It was really interesting what it did. So to understand the different types of AI is also really crucial. We don't need 100 tools. We might just need one to help us for our focus for the year, something like that. Okay, here's a little bit of fun. Which AI superpower would you choose to transform your teaching? And this is for the audience. Would you have a AI lesson planner that makes all your lessons that you can talk to, and it's like, I need this, bang, it makes it for you perfectly every time? Would you have a unleash the grading robots who just, that's it, you give it all the work and off it goes, and you go and have coffee and brunch and an extended brunch because when you get home, all your grading's done? Option 3, would you rather summon an AI drone in your workshops if you have a bit of a rowdy class, or if you have behavior things, or if you just want to head out and get a coffee and leave the kids there with the drone? Or would you rather do a cleaning and organizing AI bot that cleans and organizes everything? What would you choose? I would choose number 4 in a flash. I do like cleaning. I do like getting the kids involved, but even just for me, my day-to-day life. So lots of 4s, like the marking robot, cooking and cleaning. 1 as a support, but not on my lessons. I love it. All of them, perfect. Lesson planning and grading. Let AI do the grunt work. Excellent. Cool. I love it. So just a little bit of fun, but they're things that I know that lots of people in development and many worlds are working on. So who knows, in 3 years, we could have that. You know, it sounds crazy. I know there's lots of hype that says it's all going to be like this, but I feel that these are things that are starting to, you know, you can use AI with in your own practice. So there are some different AI tools I use Claude, Anthropic Claude. Everyone kind of has their weird favorite. I don't know why, but that's humans. What works for you is fine. It's okay to have a favorite. It's okay to stick with one kind. No one should be able to convince you otherwise, really. I love Claude. It brings me amazing information. I love what it does. I'm loving Copilot at the moment for what that's doing. You know, these are interfaces and they're building what we can do with those interfaces. So it might be just a chat now, but things are developing to help us in so many ways. And especially with the voice is where it's getting very interesting. Gemini Advanced is Google, and Google also has an AI studio that it's for free at the moment. So you can test some of their new tools for free. And I like doing that just because I like analyzing different responses. You don't need to be as nerdy as me, but I like all that stuff. And ChatGPT is kind of the big popular one. People make GPTs, which are like their own little chat bots, their own interfaces. And I really like the development that's happening in that space. So really the best tool depends on your needs and your goals. And if you're comfortable with using one and you have a good way of working with it, then keep it. So here are some lessons that I've been creating. I've created hundreds and hundreds of lessons. I work with a company called iCamp in New York, and we work with hundreds of schools. And as you could imagine, a lot of students, a lot of instructors. I use AI to enhance the lessons. They don't write the lessons for me. I wish that it had the power to work my brain out, but these are things that I've developed. But what I love about these lessons is I'm starting to connect, digital media with the study of art. I'm starting to connect Minecraft with international space, and then that connects to sustainability. I've created really super engaging Minecraft club lessons that are just packing out that people are going crazy over. Kids are like, this is amazing. We get to solve sustainability issues. They learn in a great space. After school, they learn about a challenge. They learn about water filtration, and suddenly, bang, they're off and they're learning. They're in an after school camp learning and they love it. And before it was go and play or go and build something, and it wasn't structured and it was madness. There was problems, there was challenges. Now the instructors even say it's lucky that we even find a problem anymore. So if you think about, this is not AI doing that. This is my knowledge of project learning, my knowledge of game-based learning, but I'm using AI to help. If I wrote these lessons on their own, I could tell you they will take hundreds of hours. Well, not hundreds, well, they would. But if every lesson would take me around 7 or 8 hours, now with a little bit of help from AI, it takes me about 3. So I'm still spending a long time. They're good quality lessons, but I'm using AI for maybe helping explain the learning goal in a narrative. It's as simple as that. And then I find a good image. I wanted to explain a little bit about this project. This is a motorbike journey project that I have used in some schools. This to me is the greatest example of what I've done in my project. Because the situation was a school in Australia. This geography teacher went to a friend of mine with a metaverse, Edu Metaverse, it's called, Andrew Wright, and said, I need your help. This one kid hates geography and he's destroying the whole class. And I don't care what it costs. I want you to find something to keep him engaged and stop going crazy, and also start going to school. He often took school off and did lots of things. So my first question was, okay, what's the student interested in? And they were like, what? What are you talking about? We need to find something. And I was like, yeah, well, what are they interested in? Well, I don't know. They're always out every weekend riding motorbikes, and they would rather be riding motorbikes than in school. Tell me what human wouldn't want to be riding motorbikes than be at school? I mean, he's got a pretty good point. He's been taught in a certain way. It doesn't really fit. But what we did is we started to develop this project. So let me show you just a little bit about the project. As you can see, the front cover was pretty cool. And I developed this idea of connecting the curriculum codes that needed to be done for the whole year into one project. And I really just went to AI and said, what do I do? You know, I've got this challenge. This kid never comes to class. I was like talking to it like it was a sage advice. It doesn't always give good advice, but it gave me these ideas for projects. Sometimes you just say to it, what are some crazy ideas, or what are some weird ideas, or what are some out of the box ideas, and it will give you these ideas. So what it said was the student will design their own motorbike journey around the world, and it will connect with the codes. And this is where I do want to show you how it also connects with literacy and language arts. So the AI would generate the vocabulary into quite clear, understandable language. It gave the clear details of the lesson. It gave some learning goals, which were what we were using with the curriculum. It gave us a good driving question. And then this is where it started to get interesting. I started to experiment and say, can I use narratives? Can I use AI to help me with a narrative? So it's not just me saying, do this work. The student was very oppositional. And instead, let's make it about Maya. Can we help Maya? She's going on a journey. You know, can you help her by designing your own? And this has been a really good approach. You can easily ask AI, can you write a narrative and put in your requirements, and then ask in the AI to explain the learning goal. So the narrative actually explains the learning goal. You're not saying today you are learning, because you know most kids would be like, psh, or adults even, today you are learning. Okay, I want to know what I'm learning. I want what's actually happening. So it gives a little bit of information. It gave some really interesting ideas, like designing the suit wherever you're traveling to. You have to look at the geography conditions where you're going. So lots of research behind it. Lots of really fun exercises. And then it kind of got into the main project. And these are kind of simple little activities. But as a teacher, that's where your greatness comes in, that you know how to teach well. You know how to teach. You might not how to teach geography, but if you're doing this about something that you're aware of, you'll be able to also create some really cool things around that. There's a culture quest, and I found this really interesting. This can be so easily connected to language arts and literacy, that suddenly the person is going on this trip around the world, and they're having to do some research, and maybe they might have to write a letter. Maybe they have to write a report about it, but they're doing it with a purpose. And this is really engaging for students, especially, like, it's amazing that AI kind of created these ideas. I edit a little things, I make it my own, but it really came up with some of these great ideas. And it just went along. Here's another one, a postcard from the road. So you could imagine you could really work with AI to help set up a situation. Maybe you could do some research on your own and find some travel experience you've had or something, and connect it and say, this is a postcard. I mean, postcards seem a little bit of a rare thing these days, but they're so important. What would you say? You've got a short message. What would you say to people? There's your critical thinking and lots of things. And through, I'm sure, some great materials that you have, then you can use those great materials. You're not stopping what you're doing in teaching. You're just creating this new kind of platform to get into it. And then it comes out with challenges and reflections and things like that. I also love that you can do some at-home challenges. I always did this in my class as optional, but what it did is it allows students to take the project outside and to bring their family into it. Maybe they could ask their family where they want to go in the world. Maybe they could help them create a playlist for their destination. I mean, they're kind of pretty funny exercises, but you're actually engaging with the community and the parents and the guardians of these students, if you have younger students, obviously with adult literacy and those with adults, you're still enabling that to be connected at home in some way. Maybe they have kids, you know, it's like bringing that learning outside of just the school or the learning environment kind of does make it more real as well. And it makes it pretty cool. Maybe that's a little bit of homework you want them to do. And part of the homework is one of these interesting challenges. So, okay, what's happening here? All right, cool. Okay, sorry, I couldn't find my clicking button. So I'm back. Now, I do want to ask the question here. And if anyone's brave enough to put their hands up and say something, I don't expect it. I know these situations are pretty challenging to talk. But if you can write in chat or put your hand up and or unmute yourself, whatever is going to work. What is one thing that you like about this project or even surprised you? To just have a think, I'll give you a little bit of time. You don't even have to write it down. It's just a bit of a mental reflection time. But what was interesting about this? Thanks, Audrey. That AI came up with it, surprised and impressed. So was I. I was really surprised. Wanda, yeah, if you would like to talk, that would be amazing.
I think it's really interesting, like the narrative it created, because I find that giving narratives to learners is a really great way to kind of like draw them in to a task and make them not even realize that they need to apply skills to, do something.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you for speaking as well. But yeah, you're right. It draws them in, doesn't it? They don't kind of know they're learning. It's like, okay, this is what's happening and what's going on. So really cool. Go for it, Danielle.
Hi, I was going to say something similar. Learner-centered considers all of the ways in which that people interact with information, and all of that is combined. And that learning can be fun.
Exactly.
It seems very relevant in terms of what's happening in today's society and what kids might be interacting with outside of the classroom. So I think if there's an acknowledgement that that has value and can be applied in different ways through lesson planning, then I think they're more engaged.
Yeah, cool. Thank you. That's great. And it's amazing how student voice as well just becomes so important, doesn't it, Danielle? That you know that if the kids are into what you're teaching, or the adults or whoever, any of us, our engagement level is going to drive our learning, is going to really bring in some of those skills that we might not normally be interested in. And we do make it very student centered. It's still, as you can see, this isn't giving AI the rights to use our mind. This is really using AI to build up what we know kind of works already. So great work. I'll make sure that well, lots of good comments there. I don't think I'll be able to read them all. I might just read a couple. Jen, excellent example. Huge buy-in from the students when the learning is directly applicable. So again, lots of, we see how much the buy-in is and how important really that is. AI developed the learning goals from a curriculum document. Exactly, it did. I gave it really clear instructions. You need to do this. Like, this is kind of how I talk with AI. Like, this is my requirement. I can't not do this requirement, but what can we do with that requirement and learning goals? So thank you very much. I'll have a look at those rest of those comments after. So thank you for contributing, and thank you for speaking aloud. So I really want to give you some kind of practical experience today. It's not going to be a lot, and it's okay if we don't quite get there, but I think it's worth a try just to kind of have something that we can kind of take away. Were you going to ask something, Danielle? No. Okay. So we're going to be using Microsoft Copilot. And the goal is really to design engaging game-based and gamified micro writing projects. Sounds like a lot, but I will give you the exact prompt. You just need to change a couple of things. So first of all, think about a theme. That's always important. I find that you can be really deep with themes if you like, but you can also be very broad and see what AI comes up with. I'll show you what the template will look like. I'll put another link in the chat. But basically what you need to do is you need to put the curriculum code or the learning goal into the top. So I'll show you all this. I'll just explain it first. You need to define the assessment checkpoints, which is really what is the product that you would like from this? Would you like it to be a presentation, a discussion? Would you like a structured discussion? Would you like it to be an essay? Whatever the requirement you normally have, you can do that. You can copy and paste details directly from the Ontario Adult Literacy Curriculum Framework. So that's as simple as that. We can start to just say, all right, this is something we're working on. Here is the exact information. These curriculum documents are normally really well done, really well worded. I know lots of people have their challenges with curriculum at times, but they do provide a clear focus point for AI. And I think that's really important. It has an implementation guide. This is where you can change it and make it whatever you like. For me, putting a lesson in 40-minute blocks makes more sense, even if you're teaching 1 hour. Just for some reason, the AI, it's almost like you give it less and it gives more. It's like, what can we do in 30 minutes? And then it'll give you something really good. And then you can extend that out a little. And then it also gives you some little options. I've put in some gaming elements, and this will just give a few ideas. You don't have to implement them, but it will give some ideas. So now I'm going to show you directly just how to do it. This is a prompt. I'm going to put all of the links again just back into the chat because it might be further up somewhere. That's all the information that you need. So there's the AI prompt template, and I didn't add the Copilot link. I can put that in as well, actually, just in case you don't know. Let me put it in. There it is there. What application this is and how you get it. I'll just explain that to you. So this will be a link. This is the prompt that we're using. It's just a website, and it's just some information that you can copy and paste. Cool, that's okay. Don't worry about asking questions. It helps me to kind of understand. I sometimes get too excited and don't explain things properly. So please don't feel afraid. I like when the chat's going. I even like reactions and things like get it happening. Don't worry. So here's the prompt. You just need to go through. I'm going to show you a general process where, whoops, it's gone a bit weird. Okay. It's not liking me at all. Okay. That's going very weird. Hopefully yours doesn't do that. Let me see. Gamified lesson plan. Okay, so I put them all into Notion anyway. Notion, I love to keep all my prompts. It's a great system. Don't worry about this. This is not part of the presentation. Okay, so I will put this into a document. Then this becomes my prompt. So this might be my first gaming prompt. Then it's up to you to put in the details. So you can go in, you can put in the code, you can put in the checkpoints, and you can put in a theme. I might ask the chat, ask everyone there, not the chat, the people. I've been watching too much TikToks or something. Yeah, it can be long. I wouldn't have it too long. Sometimes it's better to break it up, but you can have it definitely this amount of detail. I wouldn't put too much more. Or then you could break it up. Then you would say part 1, I need this, part 2, I need that. And I can show you that if I get the time. So here's something that I just found in the curriculum framework. A1.1 sounds like a good place to start. And it's easy enough. You can just copy and paste. So this says to read brief text to locate specific details. I think that's pretty clear instructions. So I'm going to put that at the top. Then I'm going to say, what kind of thing do I want? Well, it already says the text types here, and it gives you examples. So let's say I just copy the text types. Whoops. Oh my goodness. Happens to my life all the time. Okay, let's go. So I'm going to put in these details here. And I might just put it in the examples as well. Beautiful. I can get rid of that now. Now a theme. Who's got a random theme that I could just put in that's PG-13, please? PG, whatever it is. First theme that comes, I'll just do it. Jazz. I love it. The early days of flight. They both sound good. All right, I'm going to go with jazz. That sounds cool. Oh my goodness. So here we go. This is what I always do with my prompts. I'll just try and make this a little bit bigger. Perfect. Okay. So I generally, every time I write a prompt and I do the big prompt chains, I do stop it and add new things. But I always go back and have a look. You know, what have I just done? What am I asking AI? Would I understand this? Okay, create an engaging gamified lesson. Cool, that looks pretty clear. Curriculum alignment is clear. World building. I might just write the theme of jazz because it might get confused. I often think of AIs like if you've seen a kindergarten or grade 1 student and you tell them, go to here, do this, and it's like you lose it unless you can make it really clear. It's the same kind of thing. It's like really simple instructions. It has a curriculum alignment. And these are my requirements to put a memorable name, a setting description. This is where you could put anything you like. I want lots of dialogue, whatever you like. Add more words. Core mission aligned with learning goals. Required resources. I always try and add this to always use normal classroom materials because sometimes it can ask you for very random things. I'm sure in Jazz it could ask us, you know, to just have 25 trumpets on board, but we might not, or any other instrument. Quest design, it's got 3 mission types. And what I've done is this is how I like to teach. So I've kind of wrote it the way that I like. Individual prompts for people, collaborative writing, which is a really interesting world to go in if you've learnt about any of that. And collaborative project-based writing is really cool. What roles do people have within writing and how can they work together to design and explain something? Differentiation. These aren't very good differentiation, to be honest. You're probably saying diverse learners, you know, it's AI is going to be like, what is a diverse learner? But you know your students well. You might have a student with special needs. They might need very clear, simple instructions. You might have someone who needs things explained in a lot of different ways. You could use UDL frameworks to do those things. And really what you're trying to do is build something that you can put into AI and it's going to come out with different things. What you could also do is break this up. So you could just put in a part 1 might just be this, and then you put in part 2. So you put this information into the AI, wait for the response, and then you can add this information, wait for the response, and that will give you better results. I just wanted to show as one big prompt and a general, it does give good outlines for big text, But if you want to make it even better, then put it into, they call that a prompt chain. So it's just like, as you can imagine, you've got a chain of prompts. Some of my chains are about 20 chains for one lesson. And that's because it gives me such rich material that's led from the different ones. So if I've given this is the exact thing that's happening, then the AI is going to be very clear to follow those instructions. If you go too far and add too many things, it does get a little bit confused. The memory in AI is not very good. It doesn't remember what you wrote up there. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. So just remember that. We are in a very beginning stage of AI. It almost shouldn't have been released with the amount of problems that it has, but you can work with it. You can create lots of good things already. And that's kind of my focus. So all you need to do now is really just copy and paste. You've got your basic information there. We're going to really see what happens with Jazz. I mean, this is pretty exciting. I don't know what's going to happen. You can have a bit of a think about what it might say and what it might do, but it's Jazz that's trying to talk about reading brief text. Is it going to make things up? I don't know. That's always the randomness of AI, but let's just see if we've hit gold. Sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. So this is Microsoft Copilot, and I understand that most places have that available. Most institutions have Copilot available now. They have very good enterprise versions they're working on. Microsoft is very interesting in the AI space. It gets better and better every week. I know they're investing a lot of money, so I do think Copilot is a good tool. So you just paste it in and press enter. And here we go. We're seeing this in real time. So Jazz Harmony Haven. Welcome to Jazz Harmony Haven, a vibrant city where music is the language of life. In this enchanting world, streets are named after famous jazz musicians. This sounds very cool. And so on. It gives you a core mission, which is to master the art of reading brief text to locate specific details. Through engaging quests, you'll navigate through instructional notes, descriptive, wow, that sounds exciting, but we could reword those things very easily. Then you see there's required resources, music playlist, digital devices. It gives you lots of ideas for a quest, a solo quest. You're a solo jazz artist preparing for your big performance. Write a set of directions for your band members, detailing where to meet, the order of the songs, and special instructions for each piece. Amazing. So this is cool. And you can imagine lots of vocabulary. You could imagine that you can then take one of these and say, okay, that's going to be what we're going to work on. And then you can kind of make that your own with your own materials. You have a collaborative writing where you're going to talk about your band's journey, and each group member will contribute to different parts of the story. So that could get really cool. Imagine the discussions, imagine the plot twists, imagine teaching the rising and fall and emotional resolutions, and it'd be really cool. Like, imagine even not far in the future where we'll be able to generate AI videos, and there's a potential that your students could create a little video of their experience and explain what they're doing in their band. And imagine how engaging this would be for a student that loves jazz, or even if you love jazz and you just want to teach it to your students and talk about how amazing it is. It's not giving everything in here. It's not coming up with tons and tons of random information. To me, this kind of just gives you lots of ideas to work with. And if we did do it through a prompt chain, we will have better information. So it might actually come up with what that actually means. And you can say to AI, like, what does this mean? What is a point system? And then it'll go, oh, thanks, and come up with information. I like to put in parent communication templates. They're almost good just to kind of get your own head around it. I don't know what it is about asking it to write to parents. It's almost like it just simplifies all of the lesson into something that maybe even for you can understand better, and your students might be able to understand better as well. So you imagine you're working with some students, you want to involve the family, and they're like, why are they learning about jazz? Like, we're meant to learn writing or something like that. You can tell I'm a primary school teacher at heart. I always talk about kids and parents, but it's a good thing to connect with the community. Like it's exciting to tell people, hey, this is what you're learning, and this is why you're learning it. These are great skills, and you can use these skills for lots of things. You can connect the prompt to anything you like. Okay, so I think we'll be about time for you to have maybe time. I'll see. How long do we actually have left? If you
We
don't
have
mind me.
10 minutes, Phil, till 11:35.
Perfect. Well, what I might do is if anyone have any questions now, maybe it's probably a little bit better to start now if people just want to work on this in the background, and use these prompts. I have them in the link. You'll be able to copy and paste it. All this will be shared as well after the session. You're also welcome to listen to any questions. Does anyone have any questions? Would anyone like to write them in chat or ask any general question? Feel free. I find AI can build some interesting ideas, but how do you actually go about building it? Do you mean about building the prompt or building the learning experience?
Yeah, so I find sometimes like AI will build these really great lofty ideas. For instance, sometimes AI, like Copilot will say, use an interesting video to
Yeah.
introduce the lesson. But then how do you go about actually finding that material or building that material in a way that's not going to make it hours of time?
Yeah, that's a really good question. Very valid question. It's in the prompt. It's kind of like, instead of just give me ideas what to do, you could be saying very clearly, I have an introduction session. I'd like to have a debate going on. I would like to have this. So you've got to be really like clear with those instructions. I wouldn't ask it to find videos. It's terrible. Google is developing a grounding, they call it. And so they're making AI. I don't know why they're kind of losing their own business from advertisements, but they have a grounding that then you can ask it, but then it's going to search the web and maybe find a few sites that might recommend some. Also, Copilot searches the internet. They're not very reliable. Unfortunately, that kind of world is not very good. You can ask it very specific. I want to make the video myself. What can I do? Or I love the idea of a video. Can you turn that into a activity? Or is there something else I can do? We know that videos are good, but really, how much of a video do you need to build that engagement? If you've got an hour lesson and you put a 10-minute video and walk away, you've kind of lost the students. If you find a really good video and you can then now with Google Gemini, lots of different places, you can put the YouTube video in and say, can you create 3 stop points in the video that I can ask questions and things like that. So I think that's really the empowerment of the teacher, that we can find amazing video. Wow, this video about David Attenborough is amazing. It's 3 minutes long. It's perfect for my class. What can I do with this video? Like, I feel almost AI is going to be, I don't know, appreciative, but it's going to give you really great information when you give it exactly the video. This is a video. This is what I'm learning. This is the kind of things I want to talk about. And what can I do with this video? So I would do that. I've really steered clear away from resource recommendations. I feel like
Gotcha.
Perplexity is winning in this world. I feel like they're taking content and like being able to rate whether that content is good or not, and then the community is building it like Reddit kind of thing. Like I feel like we'll get there eventually, but at the moment I wouldn't ask it for information. It's going to look on websites that are optimized by search engine optimization. They're not very good. So hopefully that answers your question.
Thanks, Phil.
That's okay.
Phil, there's a question. What should we be wary of and what should we avoid doing when we're creating the prompts?
Yeah, I feel like it was a great question. about the resources from Catherine, and it's kind of the same thing. Like you got to be wary about just asking it to do your work without explaining what your work is. Like, to me, it's like that young student or young child. You got to be careful overwhelming it. You've got to make instructions really clear. You can actually go to AI and say, how can I create a lesson? And it will tell you, oh, you can create a lesson. How do I create a 5E lesson for science? Oh, this is how you do it. So sometimes taking that information and putting it together with your own pedagogical wisdom together, that's where the magic is. So don't rely on it to give you good answers. It doesn't know. It's going to look at, it synthesizes information. It's going to say, look, most people say it's like this, so that's what it is. It doesn't know. It can't differentiate unless you can give it really clear instructions. The simpler, the better. You know, literally, you need to do this. And it's like that voice, you know, when you're just like, all right, I'm going to explain this one more time. That's where that voice comes in, because it's like really clear instructions. And then see what AI is developing well. If you're saying develop a debate and it's not giving you good information, go and do some research about good debates. Go and read a book. Sometimes I just go, I don't know, I'll go and read a book and go, wow, this book says this. Now I'm going to create that. Now I'm going to use the book to create this outcome, if that helps that answer. Yes, you're welcome to copy it from shared slides as well, James. You're welcome to copy any of my information, even email me and ask me if you have an idea for something. I could also help you with a prompt to get going, but you're welcome to use anything from here. We'll have the links on the presentation, and this is a live link as well. Have a look. I'm thinking of creating. Cool. I'm just having a little bit of a read of the chat right now. Thank you, Andre. Yes, I can show you this very quickly. Actually, I do have just a little bit of time. So this is something I've created. I have this AIX PBL, and you can put in what you're teaching. So again, we could put jazz. We could put an age level in. And then it really, you can choose one of these. It's pretty cool. Nature-based learning and things like that, project-based, phenomenon-based. You can put in the details. You can put in the challenge level. You can pick some skills. You can pick an AI focus. And then you click generate learning experience. And there you go. You can just press the copy button and it copies straight away. So I've developed this. I'm going to develop lots more. I love this world of developing and helping teachers and, you know, bringing your creativity and your ideas. And then this will give you a general instruction. Again, you can change it. You can do it as a chain if you want better information. You can experiment just with this one. And then you can see what I'm writing in the prompt, and maybe you can add things or remove things, and feel free. You'll get all these, this information as well sent to you. I've also got a book here, Transform Your Teaching with AI. You can put $0 in. I honestly want this to be available to anyone. And then you can click on I want this, and it downloads a PDF. I will have the book on Amazon very shortly, but it has around 20 case studies of real life situations that educators have used AI to improve different types of instruction, from reading engagement to science and all sorts of cool things in there. So feel free to get a copy of that as well. Cool. I think I'm just about out of time.
Thank you so much, Phil.
worries.
Yeah, let's all try to get your book there. Thank you.
So can I just ask Georgina, can you repeat, Phil, how do you get that book? The
Sure.
free version?
Sure, I'll put the links in the chat. I've sent across the details as well. There'll be links in the presentation, but it's available in the chat as well. You're welcome to have a look.
Okay. Thank you so much. This was fantastic.
Thank you.
Awesome. Beautiful.
Thank you.
So if we do have any other questions, there's going to be a Q&A at the end of the day, and our facilitators will come back. And if you have any more questions or comments to share, then we have that opportunity. Thank you, Phil.
Thank you.
And yeah, we're right on time. We're actually a little early, a couple of minutes. We are going to take a break now, and we are going to be back for 12 o'clock for our next presenter. But for now, take a little break. Until then, I don't know, bio break, lunch break, stretch break, whatever you'd like. And yeah, we'll come back for 12 o'clock. This is getting really interesting. Okay. Thank you so much. See you in a bit. Seconds to go. Thank you. Okay, so we've got about another just less than a minute, and I hope everybody's trickling in for our second part of the day, our afternoon workshops. It's been amazing so far. So we are going to continue. So thank you for all being here and returning for part 2. We have our third workshop facilitator, Andre Davey, and I would like to introduce Andre. Andre has achieved remarkable success as an instructor over the past 2 decades, guiding adult learners through a wide spectrum of math concepts. Whether working within community learning organizations or post-secondary institutions, He has a unique ability to engage all students effectively in an open and inclusive learning environment. One of his strengths is reaching out to learners who find math challenging, as he employs creative teaching strategies combined with individualized support to help them succeed. Recently, Andre was awarded a grant from Atlantic OER to adapt an open math textbook for teaching health mathematics and has hosted a table session on the use of generative AI in the classroom for Nova Scotia Community College Innovation Summit. Always happy to talk math, he continues to work collaboratively to develop courses, curriculum, and share best practices. So, Andre, we look forward to your workshop.
Thanks, Georgina, and thanks to everyone for being here. I appreciate the opportunity. And I will be looking at AI with a math lens. We've had two really great presenters, and I'm really grateful that I was able to even partially listen to what they had to share. And so without further ado, I'm going to get things started. First off, you've probably already been thinking about this, but AI is changing the way we look at education. There's a few different ways that already have been mentioned and talked about. Some of the common ones that we have already heard, personalizing learning path, tailoring education to an individual learner, meeting them at where they're at. Another great way that AI can help is by filling in some gaps that might be needed when you present information, providing assessment, feedback, not to mention creating great content, a lot of which we'll be looking at today, again, through that lens of math. I really liked what Phil had to say about AI not necessarily replacing great instructors or educators, but supporting great educators. But hopefully it's something that we can embrace to be able to make education even more accessible than it already is. The first thing I'm going to look at is, maybe you guys can jot it in the chat if you want. Maybe you recognize some of these symbols. We've certainly seen some in the first two presentations. Some are quite common. Some you might not be as familiar with. So if you haven't seen them, yeah, absolutely, Stephanie recognizes them. Maybe there's some that you are familiar and you have used. I'll be looking at a few of them, but these are all your different platforms that you can choose from, and then I'm sure there'll be more to come. But if you're not familiar with them, Copilot and ChatGPT are two of the big ones. Gemini through Google, Meta AI you may have seen through Facebook. Claude is another one that I've enjoyed using as well. The first one I'm going to look at, though, is one that we haven't heard about from any of the other presenters, is Pi. And Pi is a unique AI generative AI because it is really working on that idea that you can have a conversation. And so, as with any others, you can big range of topics. To access it, you just go to pi.ai. And so, being from a math lens, I approached it with, you know what, I'm going to just throw in a couple of linear equations and see what it does without any further prompt. And it did exactly what I would think any generative AI would do if I presented two linear equations, which would be to solve for the unknown variables. The problem here, and this is where I feel like my presentation is going to be talking about some great ways to use AI, but also with some cautionary tales, because I want to point out a lot of things that you need to be cautious of before you sort of give in completely. And one is, as much as I love talking to my artificial intelligence and I can choose the voice patterns and how it interacts, this is how it talks back to me when I ask it to talk math. So this is just the first steps of solving those equations.
First, let's multiply the first equation by 2 and the second equation by 3 to eliminate the y variable. 2, 4 back to 3y, 2, 11, x, 6y, 22, 3 or 7.
And I'm sorry, Emily, I know you're going crazy because that's unfortunately how AI was transferring the information in that very almost incomprehensible, particularly for someone who might be struggling with math. So I have tried out a lot of AI, and I encourage you to do the same. Back in the days when we first were introduced to ChatGPT, we were asking, how are you going to tell your students about it? What are you going to use as your approach? Is it punitive? You don't want them to use it? Do you want to encourage it? How do you want to encourage it? And so my suggestion is, whenever you're including AI in your lessons, to just make your expectations clear. The sooner you do that, the better. I know at the beginning of a school year or a term, students can be bombarded with a lot of information. So it can help to reiterate your expectations with AI prior to a particular project that might be using it more so than others. But back to our lens of AI in math instructions. It's not all about ChatGPT. There's a lot of AI that people doing math will use. The top apps that I've been seeing in the classrooms, some have been around longer than others. But again, I'm not one to discourage the use of new technologies, but I would like to share the sentiment of making whatever your expectations very clear. If in my math classes, I'm happy to help navigate or help the student navigate the concepts. If they need help working through a problem, if it's out of a workbook, if it's homework that may not have the same weight as a formative assessment, I'm happy to let them see the different steps, use their own way. Some people will go off on their own and randomly YouTube things, and there's nothing wrong with that. But again, you want your expectations to be clear. I certainly don't allow the use of these math apps during a testing process. So those are some out there that are quite popular. If anybody's interested in ones that can be just put onto a mobile device. And actually, just recently, if anybody is in an Apple user, and if you have the new iOS 18, there's a new function with the calculator. Obviously, this would be a little bit better if it was on a tablet, just with the stylus and more room, but it is still available on mobile devices. The calculator has a little icon where you can just use the basic. What you used to be able to do is tilt it to its side to use the scientific, but now there's something called math notes. And the math notes allows you to just write on your calculator, and it understands what you're looking for. So if you said 8 divided by 2 equals, as soon as you wrote the equal sign, it would instantly tell you the answer. Or if you're doing a sum of a number of different numbers, as illustrated in the middle section here, as soon as you draw that line, it knows to add everything up, and it will do that for you without you having to necessarily punch in all the numbers. For those like myself who have big monkey fingers that can slip on the calculator, this could be a pretty useful tool. Not to mention, if you did write a linear equation, it can generate a graph as well. So I know sometimes graphing and functions can be a concept that's a little bit more challenging for some students. So this is, I find, and this is relatively brand new, the iOS 18 operating system for Apple mobile devices, offering this in their calculator function. So all of you math geeks out there, take a look at those. One of the things I've offered to Georgina and the crews to share with you guys is a number of different resources available. We just don't have the time to go into everything. Some may already know of some of these. GeoGebra and Desmos have been around for quite a while, and maybe you're already incorporating it into your blended learning environment. Some of the others we will have time to go into. I'm a fan of Symbolab in terms of showing you the steps. We're going to take a look at some of these. Some may not be your cup of tea because it isn't matched with what you're teaching in your class, and others might be. So I'm going to encourage you to test drive these different resources before you dive right in. Sometimes there's a free trial, and if you really love GeoGebra and the free, then buy the version like Canva. If you like the free trial and you want more, or Metameter, yeah, try it out. You love it, buy it. It's worth it in the long run if it helps you. So we're going to be talking about what AI works best for you. The first one I'm going to look at is Brilliant. If you're not familiar with Brilliant, it can be accessed just brilliant.org. And it's a really great way to teach numeracy. It does have a lot of different levels. I'm going to just give you guys a little guided tour of what Brilliant will look like. First off, there's 4 different subsections that they have. So algebra is one whole section to itself that covers linear equations as well as other functions, anything involving variables. But then there's everyday sort of mathematical, and which not only comes with numeracy, but also number theory, famous math problems, concepts. So I'll take a closer look at the everyday math with you guys, but just to give you an overview of everything math that Brilliant can offer, it also goes into measurement and geometry at different levels, as well as probability, understanding different logic problems as well. So a lot to play with, and you've seen here that there are certain items like vectors here in geometry that are new. So it is constantly growing and worth checking out, I think, particularly for those who are maybe doing more fundamental math. So I'm going to take a closer look at this Brilliant here. This is me just selecting the everyday math and giving you a peek at the layout of how the information is presented. So it is sort of guiding you on a path. It's very interactive. You won't get the full sense of how interactive it is in this example, but it'll give you an idea of how clear the graphics are, the kind of the way they present the information. So this everyday math is just some of those foundational skills, fractions, percentages, decimals, and it kind of takes you one step at a time. So these are some of the images that I lifted from brilliant.org to share with you. This is looking at just a lemon drink with a food label, and it has a particular concentration, and asking you to sort of rationalize what the concentration might be. So here, if it's 2 parts of the lemon concentrate for 7 parts of water, they might ask you what the concentrate is of the lemon concentrate in the entire bottle, 2/9. Or they might ask water, or maybe they're looking for proportional reasoning, the ratio of the lemon to the water. So a lot of different possibilities there. In this example, the question is multiple choice. They give you a visual to help with what is the fraction that represents the concentrate. In this case, it would be 1/3 for the concentrate in the entire bottle. If you get it wrong, it works with you. It tells you to try again. It gives you explanations. So this is just a snippet of what brilliant.org offers. And again, I'm a little reluctant to just bring in brilliant.org to show a lot more, simply because there's a lot to show you and only a little bit of time. For those who are interested in maybe not just mathematics, but a little bit more and want to have a resource available that can help you, Wolfram Alpha is quite robust in its offering. So here you can see, and you can access Wolfram Alpha just by wolframalpha.com, is a large list of everything, many things mathematical, but it also goes into science and technology. There's other more social studies category, and particularly useful for a lot of adult learners is that everyday life applications. And so I'm going to take a little bit of a peek, and I think I might show you a snippet from here. But before I do that, I'm just going to show you how robust it is. So in only looking at the math component, right, just through that math lens, and again, there is a lot more, this is how much is available simply in the math component of Wolfram Alpha. So as you can see by the images, there's elementary mathematics, there's number theory, common, just core math, just working with numbers in general, defining different terminology in mathematics, the famous math problems that people may have heard of. You can look further into this, and it grows and grows. So all kinds of algebra, whether just simple solving equations or getting into linear functions, using applied mathematics for real world scenarios, geometry, trigonometry. There's a continuation of fractions and other numbers such as pi. We also go into probability and statistics. There's discrete mathematics, mathematical functions, even goes into calculus with differential equations. We have all kinds of ways of graphing. So this is one look at how much information is there simply in the math component. And I'm going to bring this over now. Let me know if you can see it. I'm trying to share now the website of Wolfram Afra. So I think it's there. And I'm
Not
just going to
yet.
click. Oh, you don't see it?
Not yet, no.
Oh, so I'm only sharing the, okay, so let's try it this way then. Click on that. But again, it's not, you're not seeing that, are you? You're just
No,
seeing the PowerPoint.
sorry.
All right, that's okay, but thank you for letting me know. I guess there's a couple of things that I was going to go a little bit deeper. But for example, I'll tell you what I was doing. I know that not everybody might go into all of the different levels of mathematics that I'm presenting here. So I went to something common that I consider relatively common with fractions. So I would just go to fractions and click on that. And what I just wanted to show was the step-by-step way of how they show how you would perform operations with fractions. So by one click, you're getting visual images like the famous ones that you've seen before, like the pizza pies and cutting it in different parts. You also get the sort of mathematical step-by-step. They make the connection to decimals and percentages. So again, so much information at the click of a button that could be beneficial because all our learners learn a little differently. And being able to offer them those options can be very useful, especially if it's instant. All right, so Wolfram Alpha, a lot. I wonder if I might try to share differently in just a moment, because this other one that I wanted to share really is worth highlighting. But we'll get to that. One that Jen mentioned is Diffit for teachers. So to get to Diffit, you can use app.diffit.me. And you can just type in, like most of the generative AI resources, anything that you want, and give it information to help you gain the resources that you want for your classroom. So this is what I did, and I'll be able to show you a little bit for this one. I just wanted an approach of taking practical applications of math to demonstrate. Let's look at an understanding of numeracy in something every day, like the retail industry. And so with this prompt, it instantly generated the following. It provided all kinds of information, terminology, a sort of a background. It gave a great image just instantly that could be used in the presenting of the information. It also instantly provided all kinds of terminology that is applicable to using retail and numeracy in retail. And then it gave multiple choice questions that you can then use as an activity in the classroom. Not only that, but it also offers short answer questions and then just open-ended questions to really spark that discussion. And this could be about any topic whatsoever. So Diffit, again, I'm not going to go too much into detail. Jen mentioned already the benefits, and I echo those sentiments. Another one, and this is really, I think it's quite impressive. So I will alter my sharing, and I'll ask to see if it works. So this one.
Andre, before
Yeah.
you go on, I think
Yeah.
there might be a question.
Oh, there is a question?
Yeah, what was the prompt that
Oh,
generated
thank you.
all
This
this?
is for the Diffit one? Yeah, I'll go back. So the prompt that generated all of that information from Diffit, I just typed in what you see here. Practical application math questions to demonstrate a solid understanding of numeracy in retail. So this was me just trying to use a simple And again, I do a lot of math for a lot of different schools. So I've been using Diffit for health math questions as well, particularly for proportional reasoning when you're, as you can imagine, measuring the proper medication that might be needed. Really excellent source. And I'm gonna go to the next one. So Gamma, if you're not familiar with Gamma, I know everybody's familiar with PowerPoint. It's been around forever. And I remember, maybe, I don't know, 10 years ago, maybe longer, Prezi was another great presentation that did that zoom in sort of new way. And some people liked it, some people didn't. Gamma is sort of a presentation generator powered by AI. And this is the prompt. I try to do something very simple. I know it's not very math related, but I wanted to generate a nice PowerPoint instantly. And so I typed in protecting Nova Scotia coastline from natural causes. This is all I typed in. And now I think I'm going to see if that works. And hopefully, can you see that now?
Yes, I can.
The Nova Scotia captivating coastline?
Yeah.
Perfect. So instantly, using that prompt, protecting Nova Scotia coastline from natural causes, instantly this was created. And this, I'm just scrolling through slowly, but you can see not only how beautiful it is, that it isn't like when you get a PowerPoint template, it's just that fake Latin with words that don't really mean anything. This is information that it's as if a student took a lot of time to put a presentation together on how to protect Nova Scotia coastline from natural causes. Now, you might want to use this. I don't know how much you want to share this. I think it's a great tool, but I also could see how you're not like, I don't want to take credit for this. All I did was type in 8-9 words, and all of this came out from it. So it's an amazing tool, Gamma, and you can get there using gamma.app. But I would be cautious. I think further thought should go into it from a student's perspective. However, a lot of the times AI creates an amazing starting point, like a springboard to go further with. So that was, oops, let's see if I can get back to the main PowerPoint. That was the one I really wanted to share with you. And so I think, am I back on?
Yes, yes.
PowerPoint? Excellent. Perfect. So that gives you a wonderful resource for instant presentations. This can be someone particularly who is maybe a little reluctant with technology and can help them feel empowered, right? Like even with just a small phrase, they can create a lot, and it just really showcases the power of AI.
So
Another resource you may or may not.
Sorry, Andre, quick question.
Yeah.
Have you tried using it for sort of presentation slides for a math concept?
So I have tried a few different things for math concepts, and I don't mean to be negative, but I prefer the resources I create. I haven't been able to give up the desire to, but you know what? I maybe we could. That's something worth exploring. I'll show you some of the ones that I have done in the math realm later on in this presentation, but I haven't used Gamma yet because I'm still, my trust with math and AI hasn't achieved the same level as it has with other concepts. And yeah, that's a bit of what this presentation is going to be talking about or referring to. But before I got into all the naysaying, I wanted to show you the greatness of AI and what it can offer.
Andre,
next one-
I think
please.
one way that Gamma could be used as a PowerPoint presentation, and I use it for my English classes, is showing the process, like the steps. So perhaps that could be something where the math, the steps involved.
Absolutely. And you can definitely use it because it's generating so instantly, based off of what you're hearing from your students in class. I hear a lot of, how do I know which formula to use? And so if I'm hearing that feedback from the students, I might be able to tailor a presentation to work towards those needs, to fill in those gaps. So yeah, it's a really good point, Georgina. Thank you. Another great resource is EduAid, and not one that I'm going to go too far into. You just access it using eduaid.ai. It can help you with additional resources, with lesson planning, different assessments, and providing feedback. So again, I'm going to do a little bit of a guided tour here with EduAid. So if you can see here, I've put the subject mathematics, the level I teach at, which is the college level, but I want to point out the different tabs. There are going to be several, and each are going to be similar. So regardless of the subject or the grade level, you're going to get similar options. For planning, perhaps you're looking for lesson plans or activities, rubrics, how to scaffold that particular learning outcome. And so that can be all part of the planning section. So already there's a lot of options. Then we move on to information objects, whether it's giving you a list of vocabulary, providing some text and then asking questions. Maybe you need to ensure the information, the understanding's there. It may be more useful in certain subjects than others, but EduAid is worth mentioning just so you're aware of all these resources available if you needed to create an outline for a presentation. The next tabs are going to be independent practice and cooperative learning. So the independent practice is where you would get worksheets for your students, how to start up the different projects. If you're looking for those real world scenarios, one of the ones I love is assignments that have an error in them that ensures that the student is thinking critically about finding that error, or either individually or in groups. And then we have some cooperative learning where it's a little bit of that activities where you're either sharing with people, perhaps you're sparking that debate, the great STEM projects and project-based learning activities, some of which Phil was referring to. But there's a lot of different options there. And again, this can be tailored towards whatever it is, whatever the subject matter is that you're instructing at the time. Finally, the last two ones are the gamification portion of EduAid, where some simple things like escape rooms, where you have to solve one question to get into the next piece, and spark that sort of competitive nature in people. Whether you want the old bingo or Jeopardy type of game, there's other things like Battleship and word searches. And then finally, the assessment piece, or the question pieces, they give a lot of what a lot of these other tools will give you. You can have multiple choice, true, false, fill in the blanks, maybe short answer, matching different things. So EduAid is sort of a great launching pad for exploring the possibility of generating different content. Thanks, Camille. So that's EduAid in a nutshell, and that's a little peek at some of those ones. I know it wasn't comprehensive, but part of the theme of what I've been going for here is based off of a quote I saw from Abraham Lincoln, which was, if I'm asked to chop down a tree, then if I'm only given 6 hours, I'm gonna spend the first 4 sharpening the axe. And I think that's sort of what we are all faced with, such a large amount of information. And before we really wanna bring it to put the stamp of a seal of approval, you really wanna get a sense of it for yourself. So work on it, try it out yourself, see what works best for you. So I'm going to share with you some experiences that I've had with math. So the little logo at the top tells me that this was done with Claude, and I love Claude. It gives me certain things that others don't. So I was given a course to teach on managing your personal finances. And as much as I'm a math person, I don't love money. And so I needed a little help to help prepare people for the test. The course was something I adopted from previous instructors, but I was like, it's based on a textbook. I want a fun, interactive way. And so I kind of did a I did this. I took a chapter from the textbook. I copied the entire chapter just by control copy, pasted it into Claude, and I used this prompt. Based on the text submitted, provide 20 multiple choice questions with answers to demonstrate an understanding of the material. And then I made it an in-class sort of activity. Give them a question and see if they get the right answer. And then whoever got the most right answers got a little prize at the end. And people are having fun with it. It's a great way to review the content. I'm, you know, it reviews the types of things. It's not the test itself. So I really had some good luck with this. I found that quite helpful. And I think that prompt in itself, submit a text, ask it to provide questions, whether in whatever form you want, ask it for the answers so that you can use it in, you know, the next day. You don't have to go and double check or find all the answers yourself, and make sure the understanding of the material is there. So that was a great one. Another one for the business math classes that I'm teaching. I asked them, this one's through Chat GPT, and it was simply to get a better understanding of the use of rearranging formulas using algebra. So I asked them, using business math for business math students, 10 questions to demonstrate an understanding of that. And so they used all kinds of formulas that you might find in business mathematics. And it's just a worksheet. So this became just a simple worksheet that, so I'm going to have to silence that. Sorry, I have too many meetings that I'm asked to be part of right now. I apologize for that. This will stop momentarily. I wasn't anticipating that one. Apologies. So again, great worksheet developer if you know what to ask for it, and just be specific. If you want 10 questions, 20 questions, 15 questions, what do you want those questions on? And sometimes this is really good, particularly in math class, when a student's like, I've done all of the ones that you gave me to do, and I still don't feel like I have it. Is there more I can have? And then rather through rooting through bookshelves of, you know, photocopying, you can get AI to generate the necessary worksheets for you. So another prompt I used for ChatGPT, and in fact, I used this next one for many different AI, generative AI resources. And I was kind of curious what it would provide. So I asked it to provide a practical real world scenario with visuals to demonstrate the use of trigonometric ratios to solve a trigonometric application. Now, a lot of the other sites or the resources offered some great practical scenarios, but I really loved this image. I feel like a lot of students are driven by great imagery. And I thought, well, doesn't this look like a student just looking at the world differently, seeing perhaps angles, triangles, trigonometric ratios and functions that could be applied in an everyday setting. But the problem sometimes is you might catch some here, and if with a closer lens, you know, taking a good look at it, you'll find errors or things that might not make sense. And that quote that I told you earlier, give me 6 hours to chop down a tree and I'll spend the first 4 sharpening the axe. It took me a while to get an image that worked with this. And so here's Lincoln thinking about chopping down this old dead tree. But for the keen eye, you might already be spotting an error. So if anybody sees an error, just feel free to jot it down because there's going to be some errors coming up. This is the section of the presentation where what could possibly go wrong with artificial intelligence? Well, this particular image was generated using Chrome AI, an AI generator. The prompt that I used that I settled on that provided this image was Abraham Lincoln is holding an axe while pensively looking at a large dead tree on a small hill near the ocean coast. But on a closer inspection, what is Lincoln sitting on? And it doesn't look like he's sitting on anything. He's sort of mid-sit without the actual sitting tool. And it took, I will say, a number of trial and errors before I got an image that I really, exactly, Judy, no chair. And so what do we call this? And people have referred to it, and I'm sure you've heard it a few times now, but this is an AI hallucination, right? So I'm going to talk a little bit about, right? It could be fancy coattails. I'm going to talk a little bit about these hallucinations. And to be honest, this is what I really want to can't stress how cautious you have to be. So a lot of my presentation is going to be talking about this piece of it. And this is a perfect example, right? You've got way too many fingers. I know at some point, people may have heard that AI will replace photographers. And this is one of my favorite memes I just saw in the recent days, which was here's AI accepting the job of replacing all of those photographers. So you've seen the extra fingers, the hands in the wrong positions. These are the hallucinations. AI thinks that it can do the job, and it puts out confidently an answer, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's hitting the mark. Another quick resource that I'm going to see if you can spot the error. I took the image on the left, and I put it through Runway, which is, you can access it by going to runwayml.com, and it changes a still photo to a moving picture. But can anybody, very cool, but can anybody spot the error that happened in this particular AI generated image or video, as short it might be? Okay, the branch disappears. I didn't, but it's exactly right. Yashin caught it. It's not a leopard anymore. It became a tiger, right? So very cool, but missing the mark a little bit like Lincoln on a chair. So you have to beware of this overconfident AI. AI is just a tool, but it is a tool that thinks it's king. It thinks that it knows everything. It will never admit to being wrong. It will never say, well, and that's not true. It will admit to being wrong. We'll talk about that. But it won't ever say, I don't know. I don't know how to do that. It'll be like, here you go. And if you haven't done this yet, as you're exploring whatever your favorite AI option is, whether it be Claude or ChatGPT or Copilot or trying out Pi or Meta or Gemini, if you haven't done this, ask it how many R's are in strawberry, because I have tried it with so many AI and it doesn't know. Here's an example of a conversation I was having with ChatGPT. How many R's in strawberry? Oh, it's 2. And I'm like, are you sure? Yeah, I'm sure it has 2 R's. So again, beware. It doesn't know to say that I'm not sure. It has a hard time admitting that it's wrong. I did the exact same conversation with Copilot, because our organization was really encouraged to use Copilot. So again, I just asked Copilot, how many R's in strawberry? This time, the generative AI was like, just 1, right? 1 R, that's all you're getting. And so I followed up with, are you sure there's only 1 R? And then it was like, wait a minute, actually there's 2. Sorry about that. Keeping us on our toes, that English language. And then I'm asking, are you sure there's only 2? And he's like, absolutely. There's no question. There is 2 R's in strawberry. Count them. And so I can really, I think if you're sharpening your axe, if you're starting with generative AI, particularly those of you who said your comfort level is to just, even if you want to do this as an activity with your students to show them that you can't trust everything that it produces, have how many R's in strawberry conversation with your AI platform. Back into math, I started with something simple. This is a question that just uses the basic order of operations, asking it to solve the question a divided by 2 multiplied by, in brackets, 2 plus 2. And so this is what ChatGPT came back with. It says, yes, it is an order of operations questions. This is how you solve an order of operation questions. And then it will answer the question. And here it goes answering the question. The problem is it's not the correct answer. And I just saw a question pop up asking about Gamma going into PowerPoint. And yes, there is a way to get Gamma to turn it into PowerPoint. So that I did notice that option. So here, for those of you who are maybe not as math inclined, this is incorrect. They, in fact, said that they would perform the operations from left to right. But as you can see, they went with the 2 times 4, which isn't left to right. They went and did 2 times 4 first. And so they're not alone. ChatGPT wasn't alone. Maths.ai, I performed the same question, got the same incorrect answer, even though their instruction says that they would evaluate from left to right, but they don't do that. And they get the wrong answer. Deep AI, another platform that I used to try it out, again, got the wrong answer. So as I do with my strawberry questions or any of my math questions, I pointed this out to ChatGPT and I said, listen, based on what you said, you didn't actually do what you had informed us that you would do, which is to perform the operations from left to right. ChatGPT was nice enough to apologize and say that I was correct, and then redid the question correctly and got the final result of 16. That being said, I was curious if I just had taught ChatGPT something. And Jen's right, it is a people pleaser. It wants to give you an answer. So now when I use ChatGPT and I give it the same question, it knows that I'm looking for the answer of 16. So it'll tell me that. But my sort of, I'm not quite trusting mind went to a student of mine and said, hey, buddy, can you open up your ChatGPT account? And he did. And he asked the exact same question, solve this. And it solved it with the answer of 1. So as much as I had taught my ChatGPT the correct process to use to solve this simple question, it hadn't gone across to all of the ChatGPTs and all of the accounts, because minutes later, I had a student do it themselves and they got an incorrect answer again. So that was a simple question. Because I'm teaching currently business mathematics to the School of Business, we were talking about annuities and the difference between an ordinary annuity and a general annuity. And for those who don't want to be bored, here's the little Coles notes. If the number of payments, right, the amount of payments, if it's monthly, then 12, or quarterly is 4, is different than the number of compounding. So if it's compounded annually or semi-annually, if those are different, then you have a general annuity question, like the one I presented with Levi having end of the month payments and an interest rate of so much, 6.75% compounded semi-annually, but the payments are end of month, so monthly. It becomes a general annuity. So I asked ChatGPT to answer this question, and it gives me an answer following what you would do if you're finding an ordinary annuity. And I like the steps, and I really don't mind, but the answer for the present value is 4,000 approximately. But that's incorrect because it wasn't a general, it wasn't solved as if it was a general annuity. So I again say to ChatGPT, listen, this isn't exactly what you were supposed to be doing. You didn't do the additional calculations that were needed. And so it now thanked me for being, incorrect, and redid it. And thank you. Yes, I didn't say I should have known that, because it should have, but you can see the difference between the incorrect answer that was just moments ago shown with 4,000 and the correct answer, which is about 25,000. So we have a lot of discretion there. This isn't like off by a little bit for a question that's a little bit more complex. This isn't, I don't find, too complex. It's another example. It's a logarithmic question, but I'm asking for it to solve log -1, right? An anti-log. And so it goes right away to say, let's assume that it's a natural log. And so I'm going to use the inverse function, which is using Euler's number E. Now, if you're not familiar with logs, a natural log would be ln, and a log that's just log is a common log, which is base 10. And so again, I point this out, and they're like, "Oh, you're quite right. That's a very different answer." And I don't have the next part here, but the difference between the answers is, well, one, as you can see, was 42.5, and the other answer is 5,623. So again, the difference between the answers are quite extreme. So we are in a different world. We are embracing AI. We're changing the way we present our information. We change the way our schools, our classrooms look. But it's not all cautionary tales. I'm going to point out one of my favorite ways of using AI. So as you can see, some of my math questions are a little complex. And here's one that's not too bad, but there's the work done. This is all correctly done. This is the right answer, 6.8 years. And that's nice. It shows all the steps of how to get that answer if I wanted to find out how long it would take to triple the value of my money if I'm invested in and compounded semi-annually at 16.8% interest. However, students, first of all, before I go on to that, as much as I love Claude, took that approach, did great, step by step by step, everything correctly. And I know Claude says, hey, it makes mistakes. So double check your responses. I can't echo that enough, because here they came up with an answer of 5 years, which is different than 6.8, almost 7 years. That's almost a 2-year difference. And so even though everything about what they did, all of the math is correct, except for that final step to get that final answer, that's wrong. So again, you can't just trust things blindly. But when you have a complex question and a student, instead of seeing 16.8, they saw 18.6. Now, as a math teacher, if they answered it correctly with 18.6, I feel that they deserve to have some points given to them. Like maybe not all of their marks, but partial marks. So I can use an AI platform that I trust to just put the information to get the answer that I want. Oh, they got 6.18. Well, they got the right answer using their 18.6, which they just, switch of 6 and 8 for one moment, and they had a whole different answer. And if I was just marking this blindly using my master answer sheet or answer key, I might just mark it wrong. But really, that student has shown a strong understanding of how to solve it and just mixed it up a bit. So I think that's a really useful way of using AI to your benefit. But again, you got to make sure that the AI you're trusting is working correctly. So my bit out here is there's a lot of great information. A lot of it can be used. Sharpen that axe before you start chopping down the tree. Don't trust everything blindly. Be aware that this tool, this pawn, thinks it's a king and thinks that it's going to answer correctly every time. I'll leave you with this little video at the end. Maybe you've seen it before, where they're playing tic-tac-toe with a robot. Starts off perfectly fine. X's and O's. AI doesn't want to lose. So AI thinks it. Yeah, that's all I have. I hope you got a little bit out of that information session. I try not to make it too robust. I remember last year, I feel like it was far more than it needed to be. But there are some worksheets that I've, exactly, AI might cheat. Yeah, hopefully this is something that if you're instructing math, I know some people, sometimes you may be thrown into math instruction. I know that can happen on occasion. And there are supports out there for you. Just be a little cautious. And if you're still experimenting with AI and you want to have a little fun and catch it in perhaps a lie or two, or being a little bit overconfident, start with a strawberry conversation. It's a nice way to sort of get the ball rolling. And it is, if you want to show your students that you can't necessarily trust AI blindly, that's a nice way to begin as well. So I hope there was some things in there that were beneficial. We might have a little bit of time if anybody wants to take a closer look.
Andre, we have
Yes.
a question whether or
Yeah.
not these resources are free.
So I am cheap. I absolutely only use things that are free. But with many things, like I'll use Mentimeter. Most of you probably know Mentimeter. You only get so much free. And so if you really like Canva, for example, and you want to be able to explore and use it more, then you can pay for it. And so some of the AI resources I showed, you'll be able to access for free, but if you want to do more, you might have to pay for more. It's similar to Kahoot, right? There's so much you can do for free. Brilliant, I found I haven't paid for anything. It might just need an email sign up. But there's a lot of resources out there that are available for free. I haven't paid for anything that I showed you today. It was all done either using going directly to it. But even things like Claude, I've had them say, when I try to do a chapter copy and say, give me 20 multiple choice questions to review the chapter, if I did that 4 times within the course of an hour, it might say, whoa, that's a little too much. You'll have to wait 24 hours before you do the next one. Or if it was a particularly long chapter, it might say, that's too many words for me to handle. And so I might have to break it up into part 1, part 2 to get the same result I want. That's a great question. And I'm glad that somebody asked it, because yeah, I don't mind paying for something that I think is valuable, but I want to know that it's something that I want to pay for before I actually spend money on it. So that's again what I would recommend.
Okay, one more question
Yeah.
from Richard Dewar. It says, can output from different apps be inputted into Gamma.app, which instantly generates
Oh.
PowerPoint presentations?
Okay, so I think I caught that earlier, and I thought he was asking if Gamma can turn into PowerPoint, and it can. I haven't used it enough to know. Like, I think what Richard's asking is, can I sort of drag in or ask Gamma to use information that I already have, whether it's visuals or ask it to adjust. So one of the things I liked about Gamma, I just did that quick example, but I wondered something similar. How easily can I edit it? And because I can export it into PowerPoint, then I can sort of play around with it a little bit easier. But I don't know an answer well enough for that to be able to give you a 100% answer on that one, Richard. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
No worries.
Andre has another 8 minutes or so if there's any other comments or questions. But we will as well have the Q&A at
Yeah.
the end of the of our workshops.
Just a quick question. Would we be able to connect with him? Like,
Oh, yeah. Hey,
okay.
Thank you. Here, let me put that in the chat here. If you want to reach me, you can. Anytime, feel free to reach out. I just put in my email there. I'm associated with the Nova Scotia Community College. So if you contact me there, I'll be able to reach out to you. And if there's any resources or follow-up questions, or if you have any ideas, I know I've already sort of lifted a few that I hadn't heard about from Jen and Phil already. So I think that's what it's all about, right? People are bringing different resources, and sometimes you've heard of them or used them, and sometimes they're new to you. And sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. I know one of the resources I suggested was I would only use for data analysis. So not every resource is going to work for every situation. But some of you out there might be teachers that are teachers in multiple different course subjects. And so one of the reasons I wanted to inform you about some of these are to maybe help out, not just in math, but in other ones. However, maybe it's my math-minded personality, or maybe it's my reluctance to trust artificial intelligence, but I would just be cautious when you're going and asking for AI to do things for you that well, you've seen the pictures, right? It sometimes you'll get an extra finger, and yeah, just be cautious of that.
Well, thank you, Andre. Again, so many resources, and just need time to filter everything with that cautionary note, right? It is
That's right.
Amazing what it can do, but we do have to be vigilant as well, what we're taking and extracting from it. Well, thank you, Andre. And
Thanks, guys.
I think we will go on to our fourth and final workshop. It's Jeremy, and I believe Jeremy's online already. So let me introduce Jeremy. It's a little bit, he's got an extra 5 minutes if he needs. So Jeremy Marks is a certified teacher trainer of adults and community builder who builds and believes in education as being the central frontier in the drive towards equity and inclusion. As a project manager and ed tech researcher at Literacy Link South Central, Jeremy is constantly exploring institutional partnerships where the principles of universality, accessibility, and creativity can flourish and break new paths for learners through curriculum, teaching, and crafting inclusive learning environments. He has taught at the secondary college and at university level in Canada and the United States, and is currently working part-time as an essential skills instructor for the Catholic Board in London. Jeremy is the author of 3 poetry books. Jeremy, I believe you're online. I don't see Carolina Cahoon, but I know the presentation was to be delivered by both. So
Yes.
thank you.
Thank you for the introduction. Carolina is, she's actually in transit, so she's going to be joining us via phone. So I have a feeling that we're going to see her pop up with the next couple of minutes or so. She and I had an opportunity to talk in advance. What she's going to do is she's going to help with the question and answer. And so what I'll start by saying is that the presentation that I'm about to give was developed in conjunction with Carolina. She's, when it comes to all things artificial intelligence and chatbot related, she's a bit of a guru for me because she had the opportunity to do some online certification work specifically in AI. So while I have had the opportunity to explore it in depth in terms of its strengths as well as its liabilities in terms of adult teaching, Carolina also is very well versed in some of the more technical aspects of the programming and development of AI. And so one of the tools that we're going to share, and I'll show you soon, is a chatbot that we developed. And I want to note that Carolina was the prime mover in the development specifically of a literacy and basic skills chatbot. We worked on it together, but I admit her specific training and expertise has provided a great deal of leadership with this. So I'm very grateful to her, and I'm looking forward to her joining the conversation. So what I'm going to do is I will share my PowerPoint with you. And so what we've done here, I take it everybody is able to see it okay? Excellent.
Yes.
Okay. All right, let me make sure that, there we go. So the approach that I want to use is I don't have that many slides that I want to share with you because I want to spend more of this opportunity to actually show you the way that the chatbot works and also to talk about some of the, the strengths that it has to offer, but also to address some of the, the challenges and concerns that people have with the use of chatbots and artificial intelligence when it comes to teaching. And so what I will start by saying is that, and I know Carolina would tell you something similar, is that we are very interested in chatbots and artificial intelligence as a tool to support the existing knowledge, expertise, and experience that literacy and basic skills instructors have. So in other words, we feel that this is supplementary to the training and expertise that people have acquired. So I know that in the brave new world of artificial intelligence, there's a lot of concern about people, let's say, surrendering their knowledge to this software. And what we're here to talk about is not doing that, of actually using this as a way of really instigating your creativity, helping you become more efficient in the sense of when you're tackling new challenges, trying to find ways of interpreting existing curriculum, developing new curriculum, that we see AI as really a jump start or an instigator for that, not as a replacement for your expertise. And so the way that I want to start this off, and I see Carolina has joined us. Hi, Carolina. Is that we're going to look at this in terms of prompt engineering, which is a very fancy way of saying what words and language do you use when you use a chatbot. So whenever you use a chatbot, and I imagine everybody in here has probably had some encounter of some kind, if you wrote a prompt or put in a question, you were engaged in prompt engineering. So congratulations, you've already done it. But we want to talk a bit more about what it is, how it works, and also how you can use it to your advantage. Okay, so prompt engineering there's a number of different definitions for it. These are a series of definitions that Carolina collected, which you can see in front of you. So the first one is from Microsoft Copilot, that really what prompt engineering in essence is a process of designing and refining prompts to effectively communicate with AI models. And of course, that can be crafting questions, statements, or instructions. Now, I want to emphasize that one of the important parts of engaging in prompt engineering is that as individuals, when we do this, it allows us to clarify our own thinking. So the way that I think about this, let's say in a classroom setting, is that if I encounter a learner to whom I'm trying to teach a concept, and the method in which I am using that concept or showcasing it is not working, that individual is not grasping the message that I think I am trying to get across, what I find myself doing is thinking, okay, am I presenting the information correctly? Am I asking the learner the right questions? Because I like to say, well, am I being clear, or do you understand what I'm saying? And when I ask that question, I try to make sure I'm not doing it in a patronizing way, such as, do you follow me? Am I speaking simplistically, et cetera? It's not like that. It's more a matter of, am I clear in my own mind? Not only about the questions that I'm asking the learner, but also that the questions I'm asking reflect a clear understanding of on my part, of the concepts I'm trying to get across. So, to connect that to prompt engineering, when we engage with the bot, the chat bot, we are given an opportunity to test whether or not the questions that we are feeding it are A, giving us responses or answers that we feel are constructive and appropriate to our intentions and our goals. But also, it gives us the advantage of being able to see on the screen in front of us our questions in sort of a seriatim format, right? I put a question or a prompt, I get a response. I put a follow-up prompt, I get another response. And I can scroll back, right? Like a text feed. I can go back and I can look and see, okay, here's how I started. This was my premise. This is how I articulated my question or concern at the beginning. And this is where I am now. And I can study and evaluate the process by which I refined my question. Now, the key here is that this refining process was done and is done in conjunction with the bot. Now, I am learning my own mind and the way that I formulate questions by doing this, but the bot is also learning from me. It is taking the questions that I am asking, the prompts that I am engineering, and it is building those into its large language model. Because one of the things I'm doing is I'm training the bot to be able to anticipate through a large language model how to respond with precision and accuracy to the questions that I am asking so that it can give me information and results that are appropriate to what my needs are. So, if we take a step back from that for a moment, I want to just consider how the act of writing a prompt is a creative, even imaginative act, and that the bot is responding to our creativity, to our curiosity, to our logic, and then we can use that as a way of, like an editor would, refining our creativity, our logic, our means of expression. And so the thing, in my opinion, that sometimes is missed when we evaluate this process is that if I approach it in this way, I am not surrendering my mind, my logic, my experience to the bot and saying, well, I don't know anything. Tell me what I need to know. What I'm looking at is, can I use my critical judgment and my experience to evaluate whether the information that I am getting back is relevant, will work? It requires me to do testing, right? I can take a suggestion. Let's say I'm asking for some curriculum advice and I go and I apply that in a classroom. I can then come back and evaluate, was that advice useful? Did I get the response I wanted from students or learners? But also, even before testing it, I can draw upon my past experience and ask, does this sound right? Is this consistent with what I know from my instructional practice or from my, practice of designing curriculum? Those kinds of questions and the answers that we provide are both personal and professional and are not replaceable by an AI chatbot. It can't tell us how to do what we do. Now, granted, it can give us very detailed instructions about how, but it can't do it for us in the professional environments in which we work. So, having said that, again, I want to loop that back to what I'm saying about prompt engineering and about logic. We can look at the chain of our prompts and the way that we present questions and responses to the bot and measure those, not just in terms of, are we being clear and logical with the bot, but also, are we getting results to our questions that we think are relevant and appropriate to the context in which we work. That's the way, in broad strokes, that I think about prompt engineering. And as you can see from the second quote or second reference here from IBM, that AI prompt engineering helps mold the model's output, which is what I'm talking about, ensuring that the artificial intelligence responds meaningfully and coherently. And meaningful and coherent comes back to your judgment. So when the previous speaker was saying, do we trust AI when we create an image and you might have a person with 7 fingers? We as human beings can look at that and say, that's not coherent to the way that we expect a depiction, for example, of a person's hand, right? That when we have a certain idea about what we want the product to look like or the image to look like, we can evaluate and say, does this look or appear real or coherent to us? That's a judgment call, and that's a judgment call based on experience. And that judgment call is also going to be based precisely on your experience, because I also want to caution saying, well, there is a normal, right? 5 fingers on a hand is normal. No, 5 fingers on a hand is what we expect within certain contexts, but it's up to us based on where we work and how we work to know what is coherent to our context. And so the other thing here, when it, on the slide here where it says you're the teacher, I've already covered the fact that the idea is that we are teaching the bot to respond to our questions, and we're teaching it to respond to them effectively by looking at how we use our own language, our natural language, our spoken language, to produce complex results, which is what we're going to dive into. And specifically related to that is the number 4 here about chain of thought, which I've spoken of. Prompt engineering helps you think critically about your own chain of thought. Okay, so connected to that, there are, for example, 4 different ways that you can use a chatbot, specifically the chatbot that we're going to show you, in terms of how you write prompts. The first is zero shot. It's a model that relies on pre-existing knowledge without specific examples. So if I just send out an example to the LBS chatbot and I say, give me an example of a culminating task within the Ontario Adult Curriculum Framework, it will give me something back because we've trained the bot to do that using the existing framework and the curricular framework. And so I just shoot that out, which is also similar to a kind of a one-shot approach, which is that I have something maybe specific in mind that I ask it to give me a specific response. And all I want from the bot is to just give me back what I've asked for. That's it. So maybe, I ask for an example of a culminating task, or I say, I'm going to be teaching a group of adult learners who are, English is their second language. What grade level vocabulary should I use? And it sends back, grade 8 vocabulary, and I say, great, and that's it. And it's done. Whereas I might want to go further than that, right? I might want to look at number 3, which is the few shot approach. Use multiple examples for more accurate results. So let's say I'm saying that I want to work with a group of English as second language learners to teach them something like financial skills or financial literacy. I can give a series of examples of things, or ask for a series of examples of things that the bot indicates would be relevant to a newcomer's experience and relevant to a newcomer who English is not their first language. So it might tell me that, I want to talk about insurance, and it might tell me I want to talk about banking and the difference between, local banking versus national banking, things that might be of interest. And each time it gives me an example, I can follow up on that example and say, well, tell me more about, talking about insurance. What kind of insurance am I asking about? Am I talking about homeowners insurance, renters insurance? And so it gives me an opportunity to dig in and get multiple examples of a concept for more accurate results. And while I'm doing that, I can also evaluate the quality of the information that it is giving me. And then the most sophisticated approach is the chain of thought, which is what I was indicating earlier, which is that let's talk about a step-by-step reasoning for complex tasks, where I say, okay, I'm interested in teaching, for example, long division. I'm interested in teaching long division to, let's say, a group of neurodiverse learners, some of whom English is not their first language. I want the bot to give me some specific strategies and even tasks and activities that I could use to kind of not only break the ice a bit, if there's some math anxiety, but also that would potentially sort of find a sweet spot in terms of a strategic approach to teaching long division, what type of language I should use, what types of, let's say, real world examples I might want to use. If somebody says, well, how is long division relevant to my, day-to-day life? I can put these questions out there and keep following up and sort of drilling down to get more complex tasks that are complex not because they're designed to be complex for the learner. They're complex for me as an instructor in thinking about how can I get the most effective and precise results possible. So the complexity is me determining what is the best or most effective way for me to deliver. That's that's really where the complexity lies. And so I personally like chain of thought because I find that chain of thought allows me not only to dig deeply, but to also, as I was saying earlier, go back and look at the chain of prompts that I gave to the bot to see if I'm not getting results that I want. Has my understanding of the question that I'm asking evolved? And if it has, how can I change some of my terms or my language to ensure, not just right now, but when I do this again, that I'm going to get more effective and clearer results? Okay. So one of the things you'll notice right away on this slide, if you look to the right, is that you're kind of getting a rather characteristic example of a form of AI hallucination, right? Where, words are misspelled, things look a little bit unclear or confusing, which is something that if you've ever played around with AI, you know that especially if you ask it to create charts or images, it often, depending on the bot that you're using, will stumble with spelling. And so right away, this is an example about how if you're having it create an image or a chart, you, of course, have to put on your editor's hat and make sure that the language is correct. But I like the diagram here because it shows how chain of thought prompting works, right? So the first step is break down an idea, divide complex tasks into smaller, manageable parts. One of the things I do when I'm attempting this with a bot is I actually like to jot down notes about, all right, what is the order in which I need to ask questions about this particular task? Where do I want to start? What's my entry point conceptually to the problem? And then from there, I try to map out where I want to go next. And then I evaluate whether or not that entry point was the one that I actually wanted, right? Did I start from a place that was going to be most effective to getting an answer? The second part, obviously, is the step-by-step, guide the model through the intermediate reasoning steps. I'm walking it through the tasks, the concepts that I want to better understand. But the interesting part about it is that in order to get those results, I'm showing the bot, I'm teaching the bot what it is I want it to help me do better. So I'm not just coming to it and saying, you tell me what I need to do. I'm asking it for suggestions while at the same time guiding it by providing a scaffold or a framework to get the types of answers that I want and need. So again, this is where my experience as a professional becomes critical because the bot is going to respond again based on my idea, my concept of what it is that I am trying to perform, achieve, teach, etc. And then, of course, the third part is to improve accuracy, enhance coherence and accuracy of AI responses. Now, what is that? Well, I want to make sure that the questions that I am asking are well informed, and that if I catch an error, for example, that I've made, if I've misunderstood a concept or I've included information that's incorrect, to actually go into the chatbot and correct it and say, I want to rephrase this, or this data that I used is actually inaccurate, and I can share or upload more accurate data with the idea that, like, if I were in a classroom, I'm showing the bot that This is where the accurate and reliable information is. Not just assuming that the bot itself is some sort of omniscient, omnicompetent being that knows how to do everything, knows everything, and can always provide me with correct answers. So right there again, what I'm doing is I am training it as it is also helping me in terms of, simplifying, but also clarifying my process in terms of developing tasks. And then the last little bit I'll show you here before we get into the bot itself is, of course, how to use artificial intelligence in literacy and basic skills, right? And some of the things that I'm mentioning here about, for example, innovation, ethics, and balance are included and implied in the things that I've been saying, right? Innovation, we often think about innovation, or I should say, I have often thought about innovation as sort of this entity that kind of comes at us from the outside and that we adapt to it. In reality, certainly in my practice, what I've found is actually innovation comes from within, really. It's problematizing the things that work and the things that don't, and saying, what tools do we have at our disposal that we can bring to us? Not waiting for something from the outside to sort of swoop in and change the way that we do things, but what am I finding works and what doesn't work in my existing instructional practice? And then, okay, what tools do I have, like a chatbot, to help me break down and problematize what I'm doing to encourage more effective performance? And this right away leads to ethical questions, right? When I use an AI bot, am I aware of what the privacy terms are? If I put data in there, where is it stored? How is it stored? Can I avoid, for example, putting in anything into the bot that would reveal personal or private information about myself, my colleagues, any learners? Those are things to avoid because I don't want that information to be absorbed into the bot, so that information that somebody didn't, for example, provide consent to would be returned in a subsequent post. So I'm conscious of the things that I put in, which again is a level of ethical responsibility. But on top of that, also the ethics of, is this work my work, right? When I am turning to the bot to help me create things, am I surrendering my creativity to the bot and just copying and cutting and pasting what it gives me? Or am I evaluating it and modifying it using my own voice? And what does that mean? It means I have to think about, how am I going to use this? How am I going to practice it? And when I do that, what is my style? What is my approach? And how do I make what I've been given fit my existing practice? Because, and I was just having a conversation with a business owner about this yesterday. She was saying that someone on her team had used AI to create a presentation, and right away she knew it wasn't his voice. And she wasn't angry with him. She realized that he felt that what innovation meant was turning himself over really entirely to the suggestions of AI because it's new to their business. And what she was trying to articulate is, your judgment and your expertise matter. The ethics here is also the ethics of authenticity. Are you still you? Are you still practicing as a professional in a way that is consistent with who you are and your track record? And when you introduce or accommodate new learning, are you remaining true to that? And that is the third point here. What is the balance, right? Combining AI tools with human interaction for optimal results. That's our goal. But how we achieve that balance really is, I think everyone here knows, really the challenge. So we know AI is revolutionizing the world. We know that new capabilities are constantly emerging and that it can be hard to keep up with all of the changes that are occurring in the tech world. I wouldn't for a moment claim that I am up to date. I mean, there's always new information coming at me. But one of the ways that I cope with that, if you will, is I always try to approach new information from my existing perspective, my existing professional practice, and thinking, okay, what do I want to learn more about to enhance what I do, rather than just feel I have to absorb everything, even if I don't necessarily have context for it, just for the sake of staying current. So let's apply this directly to the bot. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to stop sharing this for a moment, and I am going to bring up the bot that we have developed. So if you'll bear with me in just a moment, I want to make sure that I can see it on my desktop because I do have it open. But at the moment it is, I'm not seeing it directly in front of me. So my apologies just for a moment. I will bring it up. Here we go. Okay, I should be able to share it with you now. Yes, here we go. Excellent. Okay, I'm assuming that everybody can see the bot.
Yes.
Okay, excellent. All right, so Carolina, I'm happy to talk about the bot, not to put you on the spot, but would you like to just give us a little bit of just a brief introduction, actually, to a little bit about your process, about when you went about first designing this, if you don't mind?
Absolutely, Jeremy. And thank you for having me. I'm very excited to be here and to present this chatbot, which was released not long ago. I'm not sure if this has been discussed in the webinar, but to explain to you the bot, chatbots can be standalone tools. They can be tools with integrated AI features and custom AI solutions. So I just wanted to share this information with you to give you a bit of an idea about how chatbots work. So the standalone tools are AI-powered software that work independently. So you know these like ChatGPT, Gemini, Claude. Those are accessible directly through their websites or apps without needing any integration with other software. And then you have the tools with integrated AI features, and some of you may have experienced it. For example, a clear example, it's Google Docs with the integration of Gemini for workspace AI features. And then this is like Literacy Link South Central's chatbot, is the custom AI solution, which is a custom-made application designed to solve specific problems. So, and this is one of the reasons it was born, because there has been so many chatbots in the market, and we noticed that these chatbots were supporting instructors in elementary schools, in secondary schools. So Jeremy and I wonder why not the Ontario Adult Literacy Curriculum Framework. So this is one of the reasons that this innovation was created. And we started learning more about mega prompts. We started learning more about large language models. With large language models such as ChatGPT and, for example, Claude, Gemini, they all respond a little bit different once you get to experience them. So we wanted to ensure that this chatbot was not only helpful, but we were very mindful of its creativity. I strongly believe that in order to bring literacy, we need a lot of creativity, and some of the other large language models were a little bit more structured. So this is one of the reasons that this chatbot was born with ChatGPT model 3.5. And approximately a week and a half ago, it has been upgraded to the GPT-4 Turbo, which means that it's faster and cheaper. So you have approximately 3,000 credits that are renewable every day. And with each chat conversation, you're spending approximately 15. So it gives you a lot of opportunities to interact. And again, it regenerates, so you don't need to worry about, any monthly purchases or anything. You can absolutely use this for free as much as you want. I have barely used any of the credits, even after all the testing. So if we do the math, I think it has enough time for conversations. The other nice thing about this large language model is that it is multilingual, which means that if you prompt the chatbot, you can, in French, it also works well in Spanish. I cannot tell you about other languages because I don't speak those languages, but from what I tested, it seemed very accurate. Yeah, which makes it helpful, right? Because often I hear that chatbots and pretty much any other tools are created for English speakers. And I have heard this globally about, the importance of knowing English. So it's wonderful that these large language models are beginning to become available in other languages. It's more inclusive. What else? It's a very, I could say this, I feel this chatbot is very obedient and it saves time too. So if you have used Copilot, you have used Gemini, or pretty much any of the other chatbots, what happens is, as Jeremy mentioned, there is a process in order to get the right feedback, output, sorry. So most people tend to go into the zero-shot prompt, right? So they tend to get all that information because it is based on pre-existing knowledge of the chatbot. So it is unlikely that if you ask the chatbot about the OELCF, that it will actually give you a very good output. In order to do that, I would apply the one shot and then the few shot prompt in order to provide it with an example or with a link to the OELCF so that I can guide the chatbot and tell it exactly what I want to do. So with this in mind, with this chatbot, we're saving you from pretty much all that extra prompting. So it is a combination of you going from zero-shot prompting to chain of thought prompting. And it is programmed that way in order to ensure that it does not provide you any other output outside the training or its expertise. So it's very creative again. It can create any type of task that you want it to create. It will create clear, it will create information, for example, related to AI. It will explain it in simple terms because it has been trained with the Canadian clear language guidelines as well. So you will notice that it's very expressive, very friendly, and the language is very easy to interpret. What else can I tell you? You can also upload tasks and you can ask it for improvements and to align it to the OELCF. And again, you don't need to give it the OELCF link or anything like that. It will automatically start working on that and provide you with information. What is not good with yet, and hopefully that will improve. And again, I see this as a value from what Jeremy says, having the human touch. So the objectives from the OLCF or the levels sometimes are not quite aligned. So that needs us, instructors to ensure that we align that the language of the task to the right level. But other than that, it's very creative. And Jeremy and I have been constantly impressed about, feeding it with, can you create this task or can you create this true or false scenario and so on? And some of the creative solutions it had provided. And we also share with the chatbot, for example, we put an etiology or we put a certain scenario, and it was able to guide us back and suggest how to make the learning environment more inclusive. So a lot of neat things about it. It won't give you specifics, for example, like it won't give you external websites, but the ability for you to copy and paste it. So you're not going to be able to click on a link and go elsewhere. And the reasons for that is because it is a custom-made tool. So it won't be outsourcing information from everywhere on the web. And one of the reasons that is so helpful, and again, the word, as I mentioned, obedient. There is also, if you can mark it, Jeremy, I'm not seeing it on the screen. There is an option to do a thumbs up or a thumbs down, depending on the output, in order to guide the chatbot and provide some feedback. So it's not quite there, but maybe will appear after once we prompt it. And not sure. I'm sure there will be other questions, or I don't know.
What we can do, Caroline, actually, is before, in the couple minutes we have left before we take questions, is that I'll use this as a bridge, is that what everyone can see is that I've uploaded a task from the task-based activities portal from the Quill network. And what I've done is I've taken a task and I'm going to ask it a specific question about this task to give you an indication of what Carolina is talking about. So my question is, can you please recommend some changes to the language, let's say in this document, to make it more inclusive of learners with neurodiversity. And now we're going to see what the response is. And the reason that I am bringing something specific in mind is that this is a way, as Carolina was saying, of directing the bot to a specific document where we can now share that information. It is learning from that, but also here's an opportunity for us to use our judgment based on the understanding of the task. So as you can see here, and you saw how quickly it responds, it right away is providing some what I would call generalized guidelines here, clear and simple language, explicit instructions, visual supports, etc. And this is where Carolina's conversation, yes, you can see here, we can say, thumbs up, thumbs down. I'm going to say thumbs up because I think that this is a good starting point. But where would we go from here? We would say, okay, I want to drill down on this idea of acknowledging different learning styles. What does that mean? I have pre-existing ideas of what that means, but you tell me, what does that mean? And we can use that as the beginning of a series of questions that we're going to not just have a sort of a one shot, but we're really going to look at an in-depth engagement, because I really want to find out, okay, what does it mean when I say that I want a more inclusive approach to teaching learners with neurodiversity? Well, here's a chance for me to really start asking very specific questions that I can relate directly to the way that I practice in the classroom. And I realize that's our time. So thank you very much for this opportunity for us to give this introduction. And as you know, we're here to take questions, and also the bot is open as an opportunity to do demonstrations as well. So thank you.
Jeremy, before you end that, would
Okay.
you mind going a little bit up? I just want to show something
Sure.
up on the output. Keep going on the very first. Clear language.
Sorry,
Oh,
I went too far.
The very first one.
Yeah.
If you look at the clear language, it suggests. Oh,
Sorry, it keeps moving independent of me. My apologies.
no problem.
There we go.
Okay, so instead of saying explore the option of apprenticeship, the chatbot suggests learn about becoming an apprentice. So little pieces of information like that, right? In order to ensure that we follow the clear language guidelines. So go ahead, Jeremy, with the rest.
Yeah, so we can turn this over to Georgina.
Thank you, Jeremy. Thank you, Carolina. Lots of information again. And yeah, I think now we will turn it over to our question and answer section. We're going to do this for the next 15 to 20 minutes. Please, everybody, stay on as we do have a poll before you leave. So we'll go into the format of our panelists or our facilitators. If anybody has direct questions to Jen, Phil, Andre, Jeremy, or Carolina, you are free to ask. You can do it either raising a hand or putting it in the chat. So we have a question here from Jim. When and how do we acknowledge our use of AI? I assume we wouldn't use it for a cover letter, but how do we decide? So is that an open question to any of our presenters? They'd like to answer?
I could take a first stab at it, and then anybody who wants to jump in. So it's a terrific question, because my own I'll say sense of ethical responsibility and accountability here is I always acknowledge it. So when I'm using it in, for a presentation, if I'm using it in a slide deck, I will always reference it. And there's ways, for example, if you are, creating slides, you could just say this is, created images or text created by, and name the specific chatbot. If you are writing, a paper and you are getting some information using AI, there are appropriate formats you can use. Like, for example, with APA format, there's citation generators, which are a form of AI that you can go to and put the chatbot information in there. Now, where a cover letter is concerned, that's an outstanding question, right? I mean, how would you probably, in writing a cover letter, wouldn't want to say, AI helped me write this cover letter, right? So how do we deal with that? The way that I would deal with that is I would use it as a way to help me organize my thoughts, but I would not copy the language. I would use it as an organizational model, as a tool. For example, if you think back to when you were in school and they, taught you how to write a formal letter when you were in school. I remember this as a kid, what are the proper, how many paragraphs, salutations, conclusions. And we modeled ourselves after that. We modeled the letters that we wrote. So we used it as a framework, but the language and the ideas had to be our own. And I feel like that's the critical component here, especially with something like a letter, but beyond that, it has to be our own. If we're just cutting and pasting, we're not doing it ourselves. We use it as a tool of advisement. That is the way that I would approach that.
Thank you, Jeremy. We have a question from our hands up from Eric.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jeremy and Carolina. I really appreciate the emphasis on prompt engineering and like how we can use that as a way to retain agency.
Can't spotlight them.
To retain agency as we are working with AI, right? And I think for us as educators, for our generation, that's very important because we have this previous training. And so we have the ability to kind of assess what AI is giving us. Like I tested out your tool. I just got it to make a rubric for an assignment that I'm planning, and it's good, right? It can really speed up my process. What do you think about people who are saying like prompt engineering is going to become less important in the future? And I see that maybe sometimes with my students who are outsourcing even the sort of chain of thought process and just like using a different chatbot to even make the prompts themselves. Like, do you see us moving towards prompt engineering eventually vanishing? Sorry, long-winded question, but
it's a great question. I have some thoughts, Carolina. Would you like to give your opinion on that?
I think what's gonna go away with prompt engineering perhaps is as more AI solutions come up, like the AI tailor-made we made. So it's gonna make it easier for users to just get the information that they want. And I think that's one of the reasons that they're suggesting that prompt engineering won't be as important. I still do think that it's important for instructors to know how it works, and it should be part of the foundation of AI literacy. I know also that with prompt engineering, most of the time they focus on the tone, on the temperature, and all that comes with a chatbot about creating a prompt. But once I took my course and I learned about the zero-shot prompting and few-shot prompting, it was like a big eye-opener. I was like, oh my gosh, this needs to be a part of the curriculum so that everybody's clear about the type of output that they will be getting.
And if I could just jump in, if that's all right.
Yes.
Can you? Yep. Yes, and absolutely, you got to start with the basics, understanding zero prompt engineering and how to prime the prompt. That was a big focus on what I was delivering last year at presentations. I was delivering a presentations called "It's All About the Prompt." But I would argue, and if you look at people like Ethan Mollick out of the Wharton School of Business, he's talking about things like retrieval augmented generation, RAG, talking about how prompt engineering, that very specific step by step by step, could actually end up confusing the bot if you put too much information in it, because retrieval augmented generation is really looking at the context in a different way today than it was just 6 months ago. But absolutely understanding how to prompt, especially tweaking it when it's not generating that which you want it to generate. That's when you really got to get in there. But I think we're going to see some incredible developments in the future with retrieval augmented generation changing how we interact with the prompts.
What I agree with Jen, with what you're saying, Carolina, as well. I mean, the way that I come back to it, and I will admit that my bias is from somebody who has, studied the social sciences and the humanities, is I'm very much a believer in the importance of the way in which we formulate questions. And Carolina and I talk at length regularly about the importance of critical thinking. So Eric, to your point, I really think that the responsibility, and this is again, I always come back to this. In my view, the responsibility of where educators are concerned is to always keep critical thinking first and foremost, not only in terms of our own practice with our learners, because one of the things that I find, especially in the work I do as an instructor, is I'm always trying to reinforce for learners that their minds matter and that they have critical thinking skills that they don't even realize, and that the idea behind tools is to ensure that their voice isn't lost. And I feel that that piece, especially in adult education, is really critical, because I understand that there are a lot of technological innovations that, especially if you're feeling, overworked or overwrought, and you're trying to, again, stimulate your creativity and be more productive, that these things can be really tremendous assets. But I feel like the other part of this, and again, Carolina and I talk about this a lot, is there's got to be a component about what is our critical thinking literacy here. I mean, the person's value as an individual, the growth and development of their own mind and their skills, and also how that can't be lost. And the same is true of, in my view, the instructor, the curriculum developer, because the technology is not, again, in my perhaps somewhat naive view, it's still supposed to be subordinate to our intentions, our goals, and also our delivery of curriculum. And so I feel like if there is a way to bring that critical thinking component into this, first and foremost, that's also a way of empowering both the professional and the learner at the same time.
Thank you. I so appreciate the work that you're doing. Thank you to everyone.
Thank you.
So we have another question in the chat. What's the difference between chat box and AI apps?
Carolina, I feel like I got to defer to you on this. You're more technically savvy than I am. I have my own thought, but I defer to your wisdom on that.
Not sure if I have the right response for that. To me, are you talking about AI apps that have a chatbot included, or AI apps that do something for the user? So I actually read that question, so I was trying to think about how to best respond, because it all depends on what it does.
And now we're getting AI agents as well as chatbots. So look for the agents that are coming out, and especially agents that people might accidentally deploy, like I did last week with my Zoom agent that went into a meeting and recorded on my behalf. But yes, there's lots of difference. Just to build on what Carolyn was saying, I didn't want to cut you off, sorry, but yeah. The apps include bots, and they can include bots, but they can include so much more as well.
I mean, I think it comes down to as well to what what you're being asked to do with the bot. So when I think of bots in my more simplistic way, is that I have to provide inputs that are more elaborate than, say, choosing something, or I'll use Grammarly as an example, because Grammarly's very common use of AI is that I can put in text that I've written, and that can provide me with a grammatical evaluation. But with a chatbot, it's not leading me to a predetermined product. I am providing it with a set of goals. I am providing it with its task, rather than it saying to me, this is a task that I specifically can offer you. That is my somewhat simplistic understanding of this at this specific moment in time.
Okay. We have a question, a raised hand from Richard Dewar.
Yep. Ignore what I put in the chat because I had fragmented my chat, accidentally, and it ended up being in 3. I'm just trying to understand your application, poe.com, LBS Assistant. So when I put in a prompt, is it looking at the whole internet? Basically, in the direction of what I'm prompting about?
So I was actually responding on that in the chat. So here it is.
Okay.
So it actually uses ChatGPT creativity and the large language models to respond in natural ways. So this is one of the things that makes it so obedient, because it's following, it's trained to use, basically, we fed it with certain data in order to provide you with information. So it has the framework. So the OELCF, anything that is public, like, for example, the skills for success, the clear language guidelines, and so on. So it will follow directly that. And then it will use the large language models to speak to you naturally, just to put it all pretty and together, and the creativity. And it is a model created, Poe is a system created by Quora. I'm not sure if anyone is familiar with Quora, which is it's like a forum for everyone to ask questions and so on, but it has many chatbots available, like Claude and Gemini and Midjourney. There are many, many chatbots that you can use in order to build your custom chatbot. But specifically for this chatbot, we chose to work with ChatGPT, Pro 4, just because of its creativity and the way it develops tasks and information. The other models were very structured.
So just to follow up, so it basically, through this chatbot LBS Assistant, you for us conveniently put the spotlight into like our framework, right? So that we get those responses that are more relevant to our program.
Correct.
Okay.
And that was the whole idea, because whenever many school boards and many places, they have been struggling, in order to access artificial intelligence and what type of data to put. We still suggest not to put personal data, obviously, but if you guide it with anesthesiology, you ask it questions regarding assistive devices and so on, it should respond to you and provide you with some information about, how to work with that learner and how to make that task more accessible, or how to make a group task more accessible if you provide the particular etiologies.
Great. Thanks for your invention. I think it's going to be fantastic.
You're welcome. Hopefully it is helpful. I'm passionate about accessibility, if you have seen me in prior webinars, and obviously on adult literacy. So I figure, it's important to have tools like this. And if everybody else did, why not us? So
yeah, I just started ChatGPT last night just to get a feeling for today. And I was a bit overwhelmed, but I was also kind of knowing, but I didn't know what to expect. So this is pretty good. How I was hoping it helped it come together, and you all have done a great job today. Thank you.
Well, thank you, everyone. Jen, I'm not too sure if you can respond to one of the chats in the box, because what we're going to do, we are wrapping up for the day, but we want to get everybody to do the poll before you leave. So in doing that, I'm also going to thank everybody for this amazing event today. What a way to have a Friday. Thank you to Jen, Phil, Andre, Jeremy, and Carolina for the wonderful presentations, and a hand to our ASL interpreters, Christy and Chelsea and Emily. To all of you who stayed on and had great questions, and I hope you got lots and lots of information. We will be sharing as we say. So thank you to you as well, and to my co-host Susan. If I've forgotten anybody, thank you, and enjoy the rest of the day and weekend. And just yes, please go ahead and fill the poll.
I just want to say that it's been fantastic, but one of the things Georgina and I were talking about during the break is that there are so many acronyms and, terms like hallucination. I was not thinking, that wasn't what I had in mind when I read it. That it would be interesting to sort of develop sort of a cheat sheet for people with all these different terms that, because you can kind of get lost in the terminology. But you've really helped demystify a lot of things. Thank you.
Maybe we could put a glossary together, so.
Yeah.
I've done that. Reach out to
perfect.
me. Reach out to me if you want
We
more
will.
information on it.
Definitely will. Thanks, Jen.
That'd be great.
So talking about glossaries, I shared there a link of the AI Bytes published by Contact North, and there's an upcoming issue coming mostly related to employment. And may I share something that I learned today?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh my gosh, that was a huge eye-opener. I had no idea. So I was speaking to a recruiter, to someone who speak about employment and all that. And something I discovered and I didn't know, and I think it's important for everybody to know, is that resumes that look very fancy with all these awesome templates may not be accurately picked up by IT assistants whenever you're applying. Because most employers right now, if you see, they're starting to use artificial intelligence. So if your learners are applying for a job and using those fancy templates, the resume may go through, but the machine may not be able to tell the information either. So just keeping an eye on that, keeping it as simple as possible. That was my learning for today, and I wanted to spread the word. I had no idea.
This is a good resource as well. If you get a chance, read Joy Buluwamwini's Unmasking AI. She's talking about the hidden bias in the data sets. It's a really interesting read.
Wow.
And if you can send that in the resources, thank you.
Yeah, they were talking about that on CBC Radio last night too. They had someone on, I can't remember who it was. Perhaps it was that author.
Amazing.
Great.
Okay.
Well, thanks again, everyone. It's been
It looks like
fabulous.
we've got pretty much 98% of everybody.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, so let's close that.
Yes.
All right. Well, big round of applause. Thank you.
Oh, we have one hand up. Stephanie.
Stephanie Hicks.
Yeah, it's just not Stephanie. I just wanted to, I used Stephanie's link to go on, but Stephanie's also been on today. So I was just hoping to be added to your email list. I did put my
If you put your name in the chat.
I did.
Okay, great.
Yeah, I sent it as a direct message to Georgina.
Is it Leah?
Yes, Lee.
Oh, Lee? Yes, I got it. Thank
I
you.
just wanted to check.
What you can do as well, Lee, is try to just register from the flyer.
At this point?
Yeah, I just try.
Okay.
We'll see if
All
it
right.
goes through. Otherwise, I do have your information.
Okay, yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, everybody. That's been great.
Okay, well, that's a wrap up, as they say.
Any questions from the presenters or?
Thanks for another great PD day.
Yeah, I agree.
Thank you very much. Everything was amazing.
awesome.
So thank you.
Great.
Yes. Thanks. Learning so much. It's so exciting.
I'm just blown away by
Yeah.
all the different perspectives. It's really nice to hear, the different voices and the different tools, and you all have seem to have your favorites. It really makes it less overwhelming to hear that you've actually used them, and some are better than others, and it's helpful. Okay, Georgina, are we going to
We're good.
close?
Thank
We're ready
you,
to go. Have an amazing weekend, everyone.
everybody. Thank you so much.
Thank you
Great
very
weekend.
much.
Cheers across the world, across the country. Stay well. everybody.
Yeah, from Australia
Happy
via
weekend.
Mexico. Now, before we go any further,
Yeah, I think we can stop the recording now, Susan.
don't stop it yet. Let
Okay.
me do a couple of things here.
Okay.
All right, I've saved the chat. Let's see, what's this say? Mhm. Hmm. Okay, I just want to make sure that the polls get saved, Georgina.
Okay,
So
so
just hang on, because I've looked at it and it said, you know, you have to, I gotta log in.
to log into the Zoom, you mean?
We'll log into the accounts. Let's go back and look at what
Okay.
it gave me. Here we go. That was good.
Very nice.
Very good.
All great information. Yeah.
At MTNL, let's see. Okay. I think Andres is he teaches at a very high level.
Well, he teaches at the college, yes.
Yeah, which is not the majority of our people.
Mhm.
So some of that, if you're a real math person, you would
Mhm.
get more out of it. And if you're not, it would be, he would be hard to follow.
Okay, do you want me to go check in the polls and stuff?
No, I've got it. I've got
You
it.
got it? Okay.
Yeah, hang on. This is just the second one. Okay, I'm just gonna save it on my desktop.
Well, there's still a few of you online. Thank you for attending, and it has concluded for today. So have a great weekend.
Okay, just a sec. Hmm. I'm just removing people. Okay, so it's just you and I.
Mhm.
Okay, so that was the end PD. Let me just share or download the first one.
The poll, yeah.
Download results. Okay. Mhm. Okay, it should be there. Okay. All right. Okay, let's see. Okay, I think that's it, Georgina. I think we've got it. So do we want to look at the view results?
We can do a quick look.
Do a quick look, view results.
I was seeing it as it was coming through.
Oh, were you? Okay, so 50 out of
Oh, can you share it?
Okay, just a second. Got all these bloody windows open. Okay, just a second.
Oh, I see it. I opened it as on my end.
Okay,
Okay, so the end one you're looking at?
yeah, I'm looking at the end one.
Okay, so 91% said they have increased knowledge and awareness of the subject matter.
Yep.
95% said they'll integrate the tools into their practice or programs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Is there other topics you would be interested in the future?
Yes, but it doesn't say, this is kind of a question, yes, but
But they don't say what.
they don't say what it is, right?
So it's not much help.
Yeah,
Okay, what about the other one? Do you want to look at the other one?
okay. Well, where's the first one? Okay, so the first one, that's the initial one. Did
Share
you
results, I
attend
got it.
part one of them? Yeah, so 74% said they did attend the first session. Have you implemented any of the AI recorded content, related content? And 68% said yes.
No.
From the first session.
No, 68 said no.
Oh, no, sorry, not yet. Sorry, no.
Yeah. That's always the issue. You
Yeah,
get to one of these, it's just overwhelming information and there's no follow-up. There's no,
it is. There's a lot.
and for this stuff, I think you really need mentoring. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's typical PD.
I mean, you can play around with it. Like I played around with it a couple of weeks ago
Mm-hmm.
when I was doing the gamma and stuff for my presentation. And you lose like 3 hours of just playing around with it.
Yeah.
But then it kind of falls off, right?
Yeah.
Because you're interested at first and you think, okay, I'm going to use it. And you might, which I did in my case.
But it's so time consuming.
That's what it was. So it's like
I mean, the
3
learning
hours.
curve is really steep.
And then it's
Yeah.
learning. Okay, what does this mean? So you're looking something up and then you're looking, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
But, okay, we got the polls.
Yeah, we seem to, so that's good. And I thought the best one was Phil's.
Phil's was, yeah. And Jen, I like Jen's, maybe because.
It was good, but it was mostly theoretical stuff.
Yeah.
Whereas he had some cool examples that he actually was able to take through. Now the last one, I think that may be something that, a future maybe Alpha Plus could do a workshop. If we don't have any more money, would they do it?
Yeah. Yeah. And
'Cause they have more-
Carolina, I believe Carolina is leaving the organization, if I'm not mistaken. So I don't know how that's gonna continue, if she's, I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well, but she could still do a workshop.
Yeah.
As long as you pay.
Yeah.
Now, did we pay all of these people? We must have.
Yeah, well, I believe there's an honorarium or whatever you want to call it. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know those ins and outs, yeah.